Wow, look at this. Holy cow. I just randomly decided to go live. Don't know what I think about this, but here I am. Gonna do ECBP live. Gonna do a random flight of ECBP at that. We're just gonna see how this goes. Don't know what to tell you. Grabbed 5 different ones. Yeah, let's just have some fun. Let's see what this is all about tonight. Let's get after it. So, why not? Gonna have to grab some stickers to put on my glasses here. We'll get those filled out so we can get this rolling here. I have 5 different ECBP picks that range in age from 8-year to 11-year, all the way up to a hazmat one. So that should be fun. Oh, the birthday boy's here, Mr. Franchi. What's going on, buddy? Good to see you here. Happy birthday. Oh, Jeffrey Wack in the house. Hi, Jeffrey. I'm going to do an ECBP blind flight. Why not? It's Friday night. Nothing else going on. So I figured it'd be a good idea right now. Corn and whiskey. Cheers to you. Cheers to you. So let's figure these out here. Sorry, I'm making my labels. Put on my glasses here. Mr. Benson might have inspired this stream by saying, hey, why not? Just jump on. Nobody else is on, so. I was sitting here hoping to see somebody on. Oh, go Cubs. Hey, you can say that all you want. I played for the Pirates, so I'm just wearing the local hat. I'm a lot closer to the Milwaukee and grew up watching Milwaukee than I did with the Cubs, so I support the Cubs on that level sometimes. Love some Wrigley Field games, but grew up watching the Brewers, so you gotta love them. Ooh, they smacked around the Twins tonight, huh? Dropping my labels. Did Matt Mervis finally come through? I know they've been looking forward to him finally seeing some right-handed pitching, not left-handed pitching. So let's go, Matt. Born in Milwaukee, never really spanked him. No, that's all right. I live in the Triangle. For the guys who have been here, or guys that know me, I live off of I-90. I live on the Illinois-Wisconsin border. I'm in the Triangle, as I call it, between Madison, Milwaukee, and Chicago. It takes me about the same exact time to get to all 3 places. So kind of is what it is. So kind of easy to be a fan of any of the teams. I'm just a baseball fan in general. You get lucky enough to play at a professional level, you just enjoy the game. So that's me. I just enjoy the game. So I'm going to get these labeled and poured. Jeffrey Wack, when will I see you in 2023? Is that directed to me, Jeffrey? If so, just tell me. Hey, Big Vic in the house. J-Max coming through. What is going on? Yes, he rocked a ball to the base of the wall in center field. You know, oh, hey, J-Max. I like the new name, dude. I dig that. I absolutely dig that. So let's label that guy. Dun, 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 dun. Getting things labeled here, boys and girls. Sorry, this is kind of impromptu, so bear with me as I keep on dropping labels. Should have been a little more prepared. So what's everybody got in the glass tonight? What's everyone drinking? Gary, it's your birthday, man. What do you got going on? What are you drinking, my friend? And yes, I will be at Pours in the Park. That will hopefully be another amazing time, just like it was last year. I had such a good time seeing everybody. It'll just be me this year. Bridget will not be coming back with me. She starts a new job here. Same company, just moving on up in the world. So awesome for her. Looking forward to that. So she won't be coming. Old Forester birthday bourbon. Of course you are, Gary. Of course you are. I expect nothing less, and that is amazing. That is absolutely amazing. Absolutely amazing. So we're gonna go with 5 different picks here. Like I said, they range from 8-year to 11-year. From 120, I believe 120 is the lowest, up to one that is kind of a fun one for me. It is a hazmat. It doesn't say it on the label. It says close to hazmat on the label, mind you. But the label was made right before the strike. So when this one actually came in, they took the Anton Par to it, put it in the bottle, and these registered at 142.3. So it is not a 139.5 like it said. It spent an extra 3 months in the barrel. So that got a little crazy and a little bit different than what it said. So you got to appreciate that. So I'm going to pour these. So A is going to be a 9-year. That's the hazmat guy. Get that off to the side there. Dun, dun, dun. There's another contestant. I'm not going to look at what their letters are. I shouldn't have looked at A. But we got an 8-year coming in at 129.4. There'll be another rando there. Next contestant. Focus. We got a 9-year local pick, 135.4. So in the glass there. Jeffrey, what are you drinking tonight? We know what Gary's drinking for his birthday, which is absolutely awesome. Everyone make sure to tell Mr. Franchi happy birthday. That is so cool that he showed up on his birthday. So this is another one coming in. We got an 11-year. This is a Benny's pick coming in at 123.6. So like I said, we're kind of all over the board here. We've got 8-year, 9-year, and 2 11s, I believe. Trying not to pay too much attention so I can make this as random as possible since I'm pouring it myself. Brew Baker Maker, what is going on? What is going on, my friend? Oops, poured this one before I showed you guys, but this one is a 9-year. Now, this one says fall selection. You can laugh all you want. This one was selected for Walmart. I got this at Walmart. That was $49.99. Thanks, Walmart. They actually got 2 barrels, and those 2 barrels at the Walmart sold out, and people took the barrels out the door, and they were gone in like 2 hours. This is when the Ecbps first originally came out, and nobody knew how they were going to go. So it was pretty wild that Walmart got a pick. That was here in Illinois. So people running around with Walmart Ecbp picks. And I grabbed a couple thanks to some good friends who could pick it up while I was at work. I mean, who's going to pass it up at $49.99? Who doesn't want a Walmart pick? That's kind of wild. So we'll see how it ranks. We'll see how they show up here. Kind of curious. So like I said, we got 8-year all the way to 11-year. We've got 120 all the way to 142.3. So should be an Ecbp battle we can all enjoy. Tommy D is in the house. What's going on, buddy? Another fellow Hananiga graduate. Great to see you here, buddy. You'll be at Pours in the Park ready. What is this? $330,000 to purchase a sealed box of them. A sealed box of what? What did I miss on that, Blake? 330,000. What did I miss? I had to miss something there in the chat. Or not? I don't know. What's 300? Oh, Pokemon cards. Ooh. Well, somebody's getting down. And Pokemon cards are for real. At least what they go for. I know I watched the one with Logan Paul where he got ripped off and they had the fake stuff, even though they were considered all checked and everything by the place in Chicago. Absolutely crazy. Can't believe he spent that much money from a place that certified them as real in Chicago. And then they were fake as hell. Unbelievable. It's a lot of money. Yeah. Blake. Logan collects them. Unreal. Unreal what he's done. Like the one that was rated a 9.5 or whatever, not a 10, the Charizard or whatever, that he thought was good enough to be a 10 and cut it out of the case and got it regraded by the right company. And what? Wait, what did you buy me? Nobody bought you anything, man. It's Franchi's birthday, bro. Party. Doing an Ecbp blind. Good to see you, Bourbon. Nice to see you here tonight. On a random Big League stream. There's 7 people actually hanging out. This is wild. So, before I get into this, I am going to pour something different. I'm going to go with, some of you guys definitely know this pick, the Justin's House of Bourbon Lucky 7 pick. We'll just set the palate at a nice 136.4. Before we get rolling, I'll drink Franchi's Ecbp pick for his birthday. I would do that too. I drank the one he gave me, though. That was a very solid pick. Cheers, everybody. Yeah. This J-Hop pick still kicks some ass. What can I say? They picked a winner here. I believe most of you guys in here possibly have that pick. I mean, there's 8 people here now. We're moving on up. I believe Ben has one. I believe Jeff has one. Blake and Gary have one. Brewbaker Maker, you might have one. I don't know if you do or not. These are, oh man, that thing just lingers in all the right ways. That's a good way to start the little competition here. Set the palate and then jump into some Heaven Hill after a little bit of Barton love. Anybody have any amazing or big plans for the Mother's Day weekend with the ladies or mothers in their lives? Right now, my kids are planning some fun stuff for the kids. Oh, J-Max, what barrel number do you have? I got a couple different ones from Benny's, so curious as to your barrel number. Curious. I'm going to drink my Mythical Jepsons. Oh, wait, it was on the preferred list. No, Blake, you're the best. I don't think Gary or Jeffrey were on that list either. Neither was I. I had plenty of mythical picks, but didn't buy the 2 that would have got me on that list. Whatever. Damn, that's tasty. And I said I'm going to do an Ecbp flight. I could have done a lucky 14 blind flight. That's all right. That stuff's too good to blind right now. So, all right. Gonna clear the palate with a little Liquid Death Mango Chainsaw. If you don't know, these are fantastic. I might have a full refrigerator full of random Liquid Death. Not sponsored by him, but boy, that would be cool. As much as I buy that stuff and go through a week. No pop here. Just Liquid Death tea and water. It's the way to go. All right. So let's get into this. I randomized them. I don't know what's what because I put the stickers on the other ones when I poured them, and I did not pay attention to what glasses and stuff. So completely random here. This one, I'm just going to call this Children of Corn. I don't even know which one it is. But let's take some notes. I drink LaCroix and Bubbly. Both of those are very good as well. I will say that all these sometimes has some decent seltzer as well. Blake, that was a very smart choice on those J-Hop picks. Those are fantastic. Children of Corn. Got that buttery caramel note. We have the next glass is the Boats and Hose. Oh, you can see that. Oh, yeah. Boats and Hose, folks. Boats and Hose. Indianapolis. A little different. A little nuttier on the nose here. Maybe a little dark chocolate. Not a lot going on there. Just kind of some nutty, little chocolate, little hint of dark chocolate shavings. Next one will be a driftless glass. J-Max says he's on a boat. Or should I say Corn and Whiskey says he's on a boat. Dude, I love your name. It's really cool. I'm so used to calling you J-Max, and you told me that, but Corn and Whiskey. What a great name. Dripless, we got a little ethanol going on. A little butter coming through on that. Gary, it's your birthday, dude. You can be a hoe, you can be a pimp, you can be anything you want. It's your birthday, man. And honestly, are you doing the whole week? You doing a month? How long is your birthday going for? Hey, John Cran's in the house. What's going on, John? We're just going through the nosing on the Ecbp flight. Gonna give him a little score here based on the nose. We'll give him a score based on the palate. I'm gonna keep it simple. Go 1 through 5 on all of them. We can do half points. I'm not gonna do decimals. That's just too much. So this one's gonna be the Barrel Craft. Ooh. This one is definitely the most complex nose of the bunch. Oh, that's nice. Get a little bit of the nut, you get some caramel, you get a little bit of chocolate, a little bit of butter. Oh, that nose is glorious. That was really good. Actually, we'll just do 1 through 5. We'll just rank them that way since we're going to do 3 categories. We'll do nose, palate, finish. We'll keep it simple. Let's not get coordinated. And Garrison will be the last Glen for the battle. Not a lot going on with this one either. It's like caramel going into a bag of really almost like dry almonds. So go back through here. Mr. Jig's in the house. What's going on? Hey, we're up to 9 people. We might actually get to double digits, and I didn't even post this anywhere. That's pretty cool. That means you're all subscribed, or you randomly just found me on your live button. I was looking for a live stream tonight. Didn't see anything on my subscribed or when I clicked the live button. So I said, man, I feel like going live. Maybe streaming. Blake goes, stream. I'll tune in. So here we are. Ecbp Blind Flight. That one's not bad. That's not a bad nose. Go in here. Yeah, that one's a little flat still. Everybody, make sure to tell Gary happy birthday. 18. Viral, crazy. Man's blowing it up, drinking some Old Forester birthday bourbon for his 18th birthday. Don't tell anybody. Blake, I did see that our friend Travis Hill was drinking some EC 21 year tonight. He had some very nice things to say about that bottle. This one has a pretty decent nose. So, in the nosing, let's see here. Basic. Nothing going on there. Yeah. Is that more than this? Okay. Hey, Mr. Whiskey Shits in the house. What is going on, brother? Thanks for joining. Doing a random Ecbp flight. We're doing between 8-year to 11-year. We got 5 different ones. We're ranging from 120 proof to 142.3. So, game on. Oh, dude, Gary, I've got to meet Travis at Whiskey Weekend. Thanks to Blake. Spend a couple afternoons with him. Very cool. Met with him a couple more times. Talked to him on the phone a few times, and I do miss that dude. He's got himself a hell of a lady friend now, from what it looks like. So cheers to Mr. Hill on that one. I'll have another quick sip of this J-Hob Lucky 17 or Lucky 14. I don't know why I said 17. Boy, wouldn't that be nice? We see 15s. 17 be cool. Oh, Bill and Dara pulling off some OC. Louisiana's number 2 batch. There we go. All right. So the rankings. Barrelcraft is going to get the 5. So on the nose right now, the Barrelcraft glass is the best one. The Children of the Corn is coming in 2nd. Dripless is coming in 3rd. Man, I don't know on this last one. They're both pretty unremarkable. Just nothing there. That last one's pretty ethanol. So Garrison, the Garrison glass is going to come in 4th. And we're going to put Boats and Hose just because it's pretty much ethanol. We're going to put that one as last on the nose because nothing else is coming through. So now we'll get into the palette on these. Give them that ranking. We're just doing 1 to 5s, 3 different categories. Average them out. Let's see who the winner is. Highest score wins. Give all these a little swirl job thanks to Mr. Porter's naming of the SJ. And we'll start with the Children of the Corn glass. This did come in 2nd on the nose. Man, that one really punches up front. You get the oak, you get the caramel, you get the nut, you get some butter, and then the finish like straight up went away, and then it came back out of nowhere. Then it came back out of nowhere with wood. So that's pretty cool. What time will he show up? Man, that dude hasn't even answered my texts. I don't know what's going on with him tonight. He asked me what was in the glass. I was watching a movie with the kids. Then I'd have a pour in just a little bit. 30 minutes later, made an old fashioned. That guy's missing. He might have fallen asleep. So I don't think we're going to have some Mikey Coy Hill tonight. I think I'm on my own. So that one up front, really good. But man, man, it faded out quick. And then you just got that nice sweep that came back. That was that nice wood, but that faded out really quick too. A little liquid death for the palate cleanser. Now we're going in on the Boats and Hose. This one finished last in the nosing. It was very ethanol. Still very ethanol. I mean, I don't want to guess right away, but I'm going to guess that's one of the younger ones. It's a little ethanol. There's some butteriness to it. Some drying wood on the finish. Not much going on. That is probably the most non-complex Ecbp anything I've ever had. Whew, that wasn't good. I love Ecbp, and that one's missing the mark, guys. That one's missing the mark. Mikey Nelson in the house. What's going on, dude? When are you coming to the dugout, Nelson? I mean, you live like 4 minutes away. When are you coming? We need Mike Nelson in the dugout. I mean, dude, you're in Kentucky every other week. Well, aside from the Disney trip, but we need a Mikey Nelson dugout sighting. Let's go, bro. Oh, yeah, dripless. The driftless glass. It's got a little something going on here. Let's hope the palate lives up to a little bit. It finished in the middle of the pack on the nosing. Mmm. Mikey, you just need to get over here, dude. Come on. You just got to text me. Let's do this. By the way, I need to put new batteries in all my puck lights. Kind of left them on the other day, overnight. Kind of ruined the effect of the nice lighting I put in. That one was good. That one gave you the closest to a regular Ecbp release. That had the caramel, that had some chocolate going on, the little bit of milk chocolate, leaves you with that like powdery, dark chocolate shaving on the finish. There's a little wood. There's definitely some of the nuttiness going on there. This one's really good. I mean, it finished in the middle on the noses, but right now, I'd say that one's definitely winning on the palate. I'm down with that. So now the next one is the barrel glass. This was the one that was the best on the nose. So we got to see if this can read through. Little SJ to get that thing going. Aerate it a little bit. You're in the wine world. Want to aerate it. Been in that bottle a long time. Get it some air. Crush those tannins. Just ask Andre Mack. You don't know who that is, look him up. Andre Houston Mack. Don't spell Houston like Houston. You're going to be way off. One of the funnest sommeliers out there, and has his own whiskey brand now. Also picked a couple of the original Pinhook White Label or White Wax White Label Chef Series. So, you guys got a palate. His wine palate, unreal. Yeah, nose on this still the most complex. Getting into it. God, there's still 8 of you here. You guys are all amazing. Girls, there's like girls here. You guys rock. Mm. Yeah, that one. This is a banger too. This one gives you the drying on the cheeks, the sides of the tongue. This could get mistaken for an ECBP batch as well. Oof. This one is in the running with the dripless glass, and damn, buttery, killer buttery finish. Wow. Yeah. This one's more on the sweet side, more like a candy bar. You got a little bit of that nougat. You got some nougat. You got milk chocolate, buttery, a little caramel, kind of like a Milky Way. Really close to a Milky Way. Not catching much oak on it. Not catching. There's some dryness. The dryness is kind of that, like, if you eat a handful of like almonds or pecans, that dryness you get. Not the flavor of the nuts, but the dryness you get. So pretty good. I must have scared everybody away. Everybody left. Everybody left. We're down to like 4 people. Hey, it's a fun stream. I don't care. I'm still doing this blind. So we're going in the Garrison glass here. This was our second best nose. So we'll see where this one goes. Little SJ. Thank you, Porter. Nose still phenomenal. Let's see where we get. Oh. Hey. Thank you. Thank you for still being here. I'll post the link in a little bit for other people to join. I just figured doing the blind was better doing it by myself. Dude, this pour is layered. It was a little butter and caramel. You got that layer, and then all of a sudden it transitioned, and then you got a little of that nougat. You got the chocolate. You got some oak. Banger pour. Man, how about that? That one just jumped into the lead like no tomorrow. Wow, that was good. That was good. I'm gonna take a little sip, clear the palate, and then we're gonna go back through backwards, as we all should. Hey, good for them. Not my cup of tea. Chris Tats in the house from the land down under, burning the midnight oil. What's going on, Tats? Great to see you. Nice to see you again after seeing you last night. How are you and Lil doing? Daytime? Are we daytime? Early morning there? I really got to figure out this time change for you guys. Man, that's sad. I don't know what's sad. I'm not sad. I'm happy. Blake, I know you're at work. You are one of the hardest working dudes I know. Like, I used to think I stayed up all nights to the hour, burning the midnight oil myself, doing my illustration work, doing my baseball stuff, cutting videos for kids, doing college stuff for them. I don't do as much of that, but I've been doing the illustration again, and still you're putting in way more hours than me, dude. Like, you are a freaking trooper. Cheers to you on that. 2:25 p.m. So yes, the afternoon. I did get it right. Tony would be proud of me. I don't exactly know what city he's in, but he is one of the board members, him and his wife, for the Wembley Magpies baseball team, which I did all the artwork for, and the Wembley Athletic Club. Chris, you can let me know if that's anywhere near you. I think they're by Perth. I'm not sure. I should probably know more. He was my roommate all through pro ball, and we played against each other in high school, which was pretty cool. Then ended up being roomies in pro ball 4 years later. Weird as can be. And we lived 40 minutes from each other. Pretty cool. Then he ended up going to Australia. marrying our minor league second baseman, his sister. Craziness. And they got some kids. He owns a mining and drilling company over there and has also worked on some of the oil rigs, but owns that mining and drilling company now and does that full time. So, okay. East Coast versus West Coast and a 4-hour drive from here. I'm not sure he's actually Perth. I gotta look. I'm not very good at that. I'm not gonna lie. Wherever the Wembley Athletic Club is and the Wembley baseball team, that's where Tony is. Jim, yes, Big League Bourbon. Hey, in my best Derek Patton, I'm back, bitches. Or Little League Burbs. Drink up, bitches. Love that kid. He got gum in his hair tonight. That was pretty funny. All right, we're going to go back through. Skycarp fan, Mike Nelson. I'm going to do a video probably in a couple weeks. I talked to a couple people. We're going to sneak in some little sample size bottles. And we're going to do Big League Bourbon review live from a Skycarps game with the game in the background. I thought that'd be fun. Do you want in on that? I want to get like 3 or 4 people to do that. And we're all just randomly going to do a sample right in front of the bar there, like right down below where the tables are and they have the chairs. We can have the baseball game going on in the background. I thought that'd be fun. Do a little review. Let me know. So I'm going to go backwards on these. I have my order right now, but we're going to see here. So let's go. Let's see if it holds up. This is like drinking a damn candy bar. This is amazing. Whew. I do like that one. Wow. The finish is as good as the palate, which is impressive. Holy cow. Holy cow. Chris Tash is living in the dumpster out at the airport. He would probably know my brother who is in government and written message. Yeah, Chris, he would probably know that for sure. Craziness. Hey, Mikey, dude, anytime, man. And you need to get over here. I'm serious about this. There's 400 bottles in the dugout. Let's go, dude. I can't drink them all by myself in my lifetime or my kids. They're not going to finish them all either. Get over here. Come on, man. We've been waiting for you. Let's do this. All right. Palate cleared. We're going in on the barrel glass. This did rate highest in nose and was in the top 3 for palate and finish. So that's good. It's good, but it's a step back from that last one. That last one seriously was drinking a candy bar. That was drinking a freaking candy bar. Holy cow, that was a candy bar. So we're in the driftless glass, which was in the middle, but was at the front on the first tasting till I got to the Garrison glass, which was the freaking candy bar. Holy cow. This is really good. This reminds me, this pour right here reminds me of what we've seen from 2021 to the 2023 Ecbp picks. It's a single barrel, but the profile right on point with those picks all day long. All day long. It's really good. Not as good as the Garrison one, the Garrison glass, the freaking candy bar. Whew, that thing's good. But I mean, when you talk about a solid ECBP pick, not pick, but regular release, one of the regular releases, that thing's solid. It could be right there with them. I'm pretty sure it could take down several of them, to be honest. We'll go with the Boats and Hose. This was in last place in the initial tasting round. Nothing complex, nothing going on. Yeah. That one's still in the back of the bus. It feels youthful. There's nothing going on. There's no complexity. It's disappointing. It's disappointing. Knowing that these range anywhere from $49.99 to I paid, up to $80 for them. It's pretty disappointing at that. Like, kind of sucks. To be honest. I hate saying that. I really do. I love ECBP. I want them all to be good. All right. And back to the original. The Children of the Corn Glass. We're going to give this a little nose once again. Still kicking ass. The palate on this one and the finish is good. This is the one that it's got the oak. It's got the caramel. It's got dark chocolate. This one is probably not for everyone. It's really good, but it's probably not for everyone. Dang. I really like this one, but it's I've got a clear winner at this point. That's a no-brainer for me. Definitely a no-brainer. Now we need to go back and taste what I had for second and third. We're going to go with the dripless one. Man, that just tastes like a standard pick from 21 through 23. Holy cow. Like, you don't even need to blend the shit. That one right there, that one, A123. I'm just saying. It's just a standard pick. Give this one a go. That's real woody. It's going to slide back a little. I can't believe I just did that. Holy cow. Okay. Now, one more comparison. Hey, thank all 5 of you that are still here. I appreciate you guys. That bad boy's a freaking candy bar. All right. So that is going to get a fiber. 4. Boats and Hose. Getting a 1. Poor bastard. Dripless is getting a 4. Right? No, 3. Right in the middle. Barrel Ooh, the best nose. The best nose was almost at the end in the palate. That is crazy. That is crazy. Wow. So that is absolutely crazy. Wow. I'm really happy with what I tasted, what I did here. So oh shit. We're gonna have to take two of them and do a little extra here because when it comes to the points, they tied. All right, we're gonna do a finish tie here. Wait. I screwed up. Barrel. I screwed up. No, we don't have to do anything else. I made a mistake. I just looked at it and realized I made a mistake. Wow, that's huge. Okay, so we have it figured out. Or I have it figured out. Yes, Ben. Two of them. Two. Colloqua. Boop. If you don't know what Colloqua is, please look it up. It's probably a huge thing in our history. If you watch KBZ at all and you know anything about dinosaurs, you need to know about Colloqua. Just saying. Just throwing it out there. That might have ruffled a couple people the wrong way or got them lit up. I don't know. But I just said it. So, boys and girls, let's get to it. So, coming in last place or fifth place, the Boats and Hose glass, which is letter D. Let me find letter D now. They're all right here, but of course I couldn't put the stickers on the right way. Oh, all right. So I said very youthful, not much going on. Just kind of like it's almost there. And boom, check that out. 8-year, 129 proof, 8-year, last place. Not much going on. Pretty boring, pretty basic. This is from Andy's Liquors in Minnesota. Sorry, Andy's. That pick, I can kind of say that. There might be like 20 picks back there. I don't want to admit that, but I just did. So, next on our list is going to be the driftless glass. Really? Oh, man. Okay. This poor guy, he scored well. I mean, he was run of the mill average. Run of the mill average. Seemed like he had it going on. Seemed like an Ecbp batch. He is. Oh, hey, Walmart. Hey, Walmart. Somebody picked a 9-year Ecbp for you that was $49.99 on the shelf. And, well, it tastes like average Ecbp batches. Not bad, not terrible. Andy's was terrible. I'm not gonna lie. That one was terrible. That was terrible. All right. So coming in third place, barrel A. Ooh, A. A was last place. A is A's gonna be okay. Now, bear with me, guys. This is one I told you about that has the wrong proof on the label. This is one that they made the labels, they made everything, we're ready to barrel it when Heaven Hill went on strike, and it sat there for 3 months. Then they barreled it and finally shipped it up, and it went up in proof. So this bad guy says 9 year and 139.5. It's actually 142.3. It's been checked by an Anton par meter. Not once, not twice, but we did it 6 times. This isn't the only pick that I know that went through that with that, but that one, that's a 9 years. So honestly, I mean, we're on a roll. The first 3 picks, honestly, were 8 year, 9, and 9. Probably the last Made in America thing Walmart sold. Holy shit. Gary, you're right. Dustin, hey buddy. I'm here. I'm real. I'm going to open it up here in just a little bit for everybody after I finish my blindy blind. So, if you don't know, I'm doing an Ecbp blind that range from 8 year to 11 year. And right now, the 8 through 9 year have finished at the bottom. Even the high proofer, that was hazmat in the bottom 3. So, we're in the top 2. The top 2 are coming down to the children of the corn glass, which is B. Okay. B would be the Benny's pick, 11 year, 123.8. This is the one that really seemed like an Ecbp regular release batch. Had some layered flavoring. It was solid. It was solid all the way through. Really enjoy it. Can't knock it. But it wasn't our winner. Our winner was the Garrison, which was C. As you can, I think C. C. So C is actually wow. This is wild. I'm glad I got a backup of this. Holy shit. C, which is Caskin Ale 2021 9 year. Now, this bad boy is unbelievably layered in flavors. Like the layering was amazing. You got everything you would want on Ecbp. Like this single barrel hit it, man. It really did. That's a really good one. Wow. I'm impressed. I'm glad it's right up the road. I'm glad I have more than one. And damn, that's good. That was the one that was layered almost like a candy bar, where you went through the different notes of almost like the Milky Way dark candy bar. It's really good with a little bit of nut to it. So that was the winner. I'm actually going to take all these and pour them together. I mean, like anybody who loves Ecbp would. And we're just going to have one awesome mix of 8 to 11 year Ecbp to finish off with a couple ounces. So that is awesome. Let me move these glasses. I'm going to take in, post the link to the stream here for everybody. Oh, Dustin's got a couple new projects coming. Should we be scared or should we be excited? Dustin, please tell us. Tell us more. Tell me lies. Tell me sweet little lies. Tell me. And then I realize I'm signed into the wrong account. I have too many YouTube accounts. Oh, stop that. All right. So if anyone wants to join and talk about this, let's talk. I'm going to enjoy the little blend that I just made. I just put that together. We're going to take and pin that one. So if anyone wants to join and hang out with us, I'm down. Let's do this. Otherwise, I'll just keep on muttering to myself and not caring. It's all good. Just closing out some of these extra windows here. We know how good that does for the processor. So yeah. Anybody that wants to pop on, hey, please pop on. I've just made a blend now. So our winner for tonight, best pick that I've had in the last 2 years right now is Cask Ale out of Janesville, Wisconsin, which is a bistro bar, 2021, coming in at 9-year, 135.4 proof. This thing is like drinking a dark chocolate Milky Way bar. This thing is phenomenal. I'm super impressed with it. I enjoy it. I didn't expect it to win. I expected some of the higher proof ones to win. No, that guy came through and kicked butt, and I'm excited. I'm very excited that it did how it did. So 100%. I mean, come on, guys. We got 5 guys here. Nobody wants to come on and, join me for a pour. Dustin, you don't even want to come join me for a pour? What's going on? Don't tell me you're a Paisley fan. Oh, I said that out loud. Oh, that blend's phenomenal, guys. Woo! Oh, I'm happy with that. Oh, that's really good. Yo, Dustin, let's go. I'm not in a shirt and I need to fix that. Fix it, bro. Fix it. I was excited earlier today. I was out and about. Ran into an Illinois brewery that actually has a 4-gate batch barrel that is not out yet because it finished in those barrels first and went into a second barreling. But this random Illinois brewery has some really awesome beer getting ready to go into 3 different, well, they're all the same, but 3 4-gate barrels. It's a pretty cool project, so I'm pretty excited about that. When I let the guys know tonight, I'm like, oh, hey, you guys might know these barrels. Bill was like, whoa, yeah. So pretty cool thing to randomly run into them. Calvin does take care of those for 4-gate if you don't know. Birthday boy in the his Frenchie.
Figured I'd come on for at least a few.
Oh, well, you better. And guess what? We have another guest for your birthday.
Excellent.
Burbonium.
I was going to go to bed, but I couldn't let you hang,
Oh, you can let me hang
Yeah, I was hoping tonight.
People and the 3 of us are here. Blake's 4. Dustin's probably 5.
Well, the problem is that you got 2 other channels going. One's playing with music.
Yeah,
and the other one has Derek. And that's the problem. That's the draw.
Honestly, dude.
Well,
you know me.
let me.
I don't care. I jumped on.
No.
Nothing was going on.
Let me make it more clear. It's because doing a giveaway and half always confused degenerate gamblers.
Yeah. I honestly jumped on. I'm like, who's on? And I looked, nobody was on. I'm like,
that is an uncensored take there.
I'm like, it's Gary's birthday.
Well,
Bullshit.
For the,
Let's roll. And I said to Blake, I'm like, I said to Blake, I'm like, I feel like streaming. He's like, do it. I'll be on. I'm like, done. So why not, man? I miss streaming. And I'm gonna be honest. This is gonna be out in the YouTubes. Guys, I'm tired of watching the same BS content from everybody repeating everybody else. I poured a blind tonight because I thought it'd be fun because I have close to 20 ECBP private picks. So let's do a fun deal. I want to see shit like that. You know?
I've been trying to have a different topic when I go.
Yeah, I want to do fun stuff. I don't want to do.
If I can get my shit to work, if I can get my shit to work next week, I can guarantee you a different stream.
Yeah,
because it's going to be from a different country.
Oh shit. So sorry I screwed my lights up and the angle of my camera, but
I mean, you got that lean. You kind of got that like Titanic 10-degree thing going on.
Dude, you know my OCD hates that shit though.
Which is why I have to bring it up.
Let's make them feel better. Let's see. I can get.
Thanks, Gary. Gary, you know my OCD. You understand? Yes. Oh my god.
Because Gary's camera just moves.
I'm using a laptop camera, which is why the lighting is horrible.
We all know how picky Dustin is, right?
No, he's a picky.
How much did this suck?
I'd give it an 8 on the 8 to 10 of cool and 2 on the suck scale.
I don't know. Dustin had it.
Let the Fitzgerald there.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not a bad one.
Not a bad one.
Not a bad one. No, I wish it's the same problem you end up with every one of those Dusties is the proof and the viscosity is always a little light. Otherwise,
the viscosity on that is not light.
It's impressive for the proof, yes. But
I hear you.
But at the end of the day, I mean, yeah, those old things were just something unique and different that like you don't get today.
Yeah.
I mean, right now we're all playing games of just like, let's pretend we really love 5-year-old whiskey. Because this one's different than the other 600 we had this year.
I mean, I'll show you a 5-year-old whiskey I'm really enjoying, and it's not even a barrel proof, even though I didn't realize it wasn't a barrel proof when I bought it, but it was also like 10 in the morning.
Oh yeah, dude. Did you
I'm hearing good
the
stuff
wrong
on
one there? Or
they had a barrel proof too?
Yeah.
Yeah, apparently I got the non-barrel proof.
You tasted the barrel proof. That's why I was like, I saw you post that and say you bought a non-barrel proof. I'm like, what's he talking about?
It's 96 proof. Apparently I got the wrong one.
You grabbed the wrong one, dude.
That would be the
I didn't know there was more than one. I mean, I still like it. And honestly, it's a nice drink because it's proof down.
Yes.
So that would be the argument,
dude. That's
to
a
get
good
the
old
Southwest one.
drinker.
It is actually at cast strength.
Yeah. I mean, I was the psycho that made the 142.3 ECBP private barrel pick old fashioned tonight, and it was good.
Nice. Yeah, you know, I'm guessing you've experienced this, Chris.
No.
You get together with some bourbon guys. I don't know, like maybe one of the guys in the chat here who's not on screen.
Yeah.
You mean Blake?
That might be the guy. Yeah. I'm not saying names. Super generous guy. He's super nice. Like, it's disgusting. I mean, come on, dude. Be a bit more of an asshole. And he brings all these incredible whiskeys.
He's still an asshole.
Oh no, he's a nice guy. Trust me, he's a nice guy. He tries to hide it occasionally. Anyway, he brings all these crazy whiskeys, and then he wants you to try and enjoy as many as possible. And you realize, it's really hard to enjoy 30 to 50 cask strength whiskeys.
Mm-hmm.
And you're sitting there like after about 10 of them going, a 46% would be pretty sweet right now. Just like power through a few more whiskeys.
Well, but sometimes for me, a lower proofer is just nice to rip through.
Yeah, no, I mean, again, when you're at a tasting with a group, those cask strength whiskeys just destroy you after a while because your tongue just can't deal with it. And you're like,
right. But I'm just saying, you're sitting around, maybe a 96 proofer. I mean, damn it, when you go over there, see if they have any of the cask strength ones left, I guess.
I will.
I don't even know if it's the same barrel.
I tell you what, I've had some Elijah Craig, just small batches that were freaking like
delicious.
Incredible. Like me and a buddy just sat one night, literally.
Just tear up a bottle.
Yeah, we went through probably.
I did not think a 9-year was going to beat the 11-year when it came to the layering. I mean, this one layers so well. It's like layering a candy bar. I mean, it's well layered. You taste it, and then it goes to the next layer, and it goes to the next layer. I'm like, oh, that's awesome. This is one of the older ones. This is great. No, it's the fucking 9-year one.
Yeah, I know when I did a pick with Jason and Scotty.
Yeah, the one where you got your speeding ticket. And
yeah. But like the other two bottles, I believe, were 11 years. They gave us next to that 9-year, and they tasted younger. Like. I honestly, and I said this in chat on another stream, but I think what's basically happened is Heaven Hill has a lot of 12-year-old barrels that suck.
They do. And I'm going to agree with you because the 11-year-olds both finished at the bottom.
Yeah, I mean, I'm telling you,
it's very ethical.
We looked at each other, and I said, I mean, if you guys wanted to go off profile, we had two great choices for that. And Scotty goes, I'm not putting my name on an Elijah Craig barrel proof that tastes like that. And I said, well, I didn't say anything about good. I said off profile.
Yeah. And honestly, I had two that really seemed like any batch you've ever had from A121 to A123.
That's impressive.
They were great, but they weren't like, wow. You know what I mean? Like they fit in that range. And I'm like, okay.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think we all are in agreement that the older Ecbps most likely had substantially older bourbon mixed in there, and I don't think that's the case right now.
Dude,
I'm not even talking pirate bottles. I mean, even like C918 and C919, I think those had substantially older bourbons.
Oh, dude, I think the 20s did too. The B520, the C920. I think we were still seeing something that was 16 to 18 to 20 years.
I think for the 20s, we were no longer getting like substantial older stuff. But yeah, you're right. They were still top loading it.
Right. They're still dumping it in because they got to do something with it, and they weren't producing the 20-year anymore. They weren't producing the 21 or 23. But they still had stock sitting there.
Well, it's amazing how much stock of older bourbon Heaven Hill's been able to maintain, keep up with.
I think it's going to start being prevalent how many people have older stocks of whiskey.
Oh.
Well, I think Heaven Hill was very smart in that they cut the 12-year age statement on the small batch Elijah Craig like multiple years before everybody else did.
12, but it still could be 12. We don't know.
Right.
I mean, we've seen enough of the picks to know that they're generally putting out 10-year-old whiskeys in that area.
Yeah. Most of those 94 proof picks are.
But it doesn't mean there aren't older barrels sprinkled in there.
I'm not saying they're not sprinkling, but in the past it was 12-year minimum where they were still sprinkling.
And I don't really think there's a huge difference between 12 years, 1 month, and 11 years and 6 months.
No. Tonight,
when you say 12 minimum, that usually means you're putting 12 to 15 years.
No, I'm talking about B523.
Well, 11.5.
Wait, Dustin doesn't know.
I get you. But what I'm saying, dude,
E5
that's
23 is 11 years.
9 years.
Yeah, I know.
So amazingly, it's mind-numbing. Fuck.
Well, I'm gonna pour some stuff from one of these companies that's failing and probably gonna go out of business soon. I hear they're doing really bad hiring.
Yeah, they hired me. So
It's terrible. I mean, dude, look at these terrible business cards. I mean, that's never gonna last.
what's that?
You didn't give me any, you motherfucker. That's another thing we fucked up.
that?
This is
Bobby's old cards?
This is actually Bill's old card.
Oh my goodness.
I have his new card too.
I only have one of Chris's cards.
Yeah, so Chris, I would pull that card out and show you Bill's new one. Except I don't think it'll ever come out of my wallet. I think it's just sealed in there forever because it's too freaking big.
Oh, dude.
So
I heard about your airport experience with those, by the way.
Oh my god.
In case people haven't heard that, man, tell the story. That was hilarious. I heard it from Bill. I'm sure your story. You
Oh my god.
Seriously,
I walked through. They have the dog doing the back and forth at Midway. You know, the new thing they're doing. I walked through that, all good. I'm like, hell yeah. I'm like, I didn't bring pours in my Agent Aura. I just have cigars in it. I'm good this time. Because I didn't want to deal with any bullshit early in the morning because I was flying out so early. Because last time I went to Midway, they questioned the Agent Auras. They wanted to measure the amounts. They wanted to dust them. They wanted to do all that. I'm like, all right, so we'll just go cigar based. I do that. And I get stopped because I have a brick size mass in my backpack or my carry-on. I'm like, what's going on? And I have 3 security guards behind me, 1 in front of me, and 2 around the TSA agent. I'm like, can I help you guys? They're like, just stand here, please. I'm like, okay. They x-ray my stuff. I see them do that. And they're like, is there anything in your bag explosive? I'm like, no, not at all. They're like, is there anything in your bag that is rectangular and, rectangular size or square? I'm like, oh, my new business cards. Yes. I'm like, there's 250 of them and they're actually double thick or triple thick. They're pretty badass, but they look good. They're like, could that be the size of C4? I'm like,
I don't handle C4 very often, sir.
I told him I've never handled that, but my dad would tell you yes.
Can I call a bomb expert and find out?
Like they brought in the bomb dog. They opened up as she used to opening it up. She opens up my bag. My camera's in there. Everything else. She's like, is this box explosive? I'm like,
if you set it on fire, it'll burn.
I'm like, it's business cards. I'm like, maybe that'll get you excited for our business. She's
like, what would have been hilarious, Chris?
I don't want jokes. I'm like, it's business cards. I told you that already. She's like, we'll see. She grabs it, takes it out, puts it on the table. They dust it, all that shit. They check it out. They open it up, and the guy goes, it's really cool business cards. He's like, what is it? He goes, it's really cool business cards. It's
exactly what he told us it was.
Business cards. I'm just like.
Now, did you pull the power play and just hand a business card to each one of them as you walked out?
And then yelled Allahu Akbar?
I gave one to every one of them.
Now you should have yelled "Durka Durka Law" at the end.
No, dude, I'm not trying to get arrested. Come on.
No, you should have said, "Did you check my shoelaces?" Though.
Oh, fuck you guys. Oh my god.
So, Chris, you said earlier you wanted to do something that's like different from the content out there, and I thought I'd help you out with a couple ideas that popped into head.
I mean,
I enjoyed today though. It was really unique of you doing a blind. I've never seen YouTube.
So there's this stuff, and apparently it's the same mash bill as Pappy Van Winkle.
what?
And then these things, the horses are different, and they've got different letters on them. I don't know if anyone's talked about this stuff yet, but it's an opportunity. Hopefully, not an opportunity.
If I make my channel like Bruzel, I'll gain followers.
Apparently.
I mean,
I've only watched like 2 of that guy's videos, and props to his editing team, but I don't get it.
Yeah, me either, dude. Me either.
Like, I didn't get the whiskey vault, but at the same time, I kind of get the whiskey vault. Like,
dude, he is using.
They've got personality. I don't know what the hell Bruzel's thing is. His personality is like, it's not bad. It's just
like dry toast.
He's got a great voice, though.
Oh, come on, guys!
I'm got great mics and audio editing.
At Pours in the Park, when he was there, and I'm there with the Bourbon Kingdom guys, and they're pouring really cool, unavailable shit to anybody. And that dude walks up and goes, hey, you know what I'm doing? You know what I'm doing? And they're like, really? Do we have to do this again for you? He's like, come on, guys. Come on. I'll help your channel out. I'll grow you. I'll grow you like no tomorrow. I got some secret hacks. Honestly, this is what I do for a living. I'm going to grow you. They're like, all right, cool. So they bust out that, freaking 25-year-old Forester awesome shit. They're like, here you go. Here's a pour. And he's like, hey, guys, I just got a pour of this amazing employee-only Old Forester, and we're going to pour Diet Pepsi in this shit.
I've never seen one of those videos from him.
That's how he started.
That's just fucking disgusting.
I mean, I hear he's a vacuum for cock.
He got a lot of shit off Bourbon Kingdom when they poured him a bunch of cool shit, like King of Kentucky, that, and other Old Forester rarities. Oh.
And I have no problem with somebody getting hooked up with some good whiskey. Don't get me wrong. And I'm cool with they want to review
it. What's the proof on that one?
109.5.
Let me check mine. I'll drink one with you. Gotta love you guys.
Yeah, I'm not sure whose private barrel it was, but
Gary,
samples.
109.2.
This says 109.5.
Oh, mine's 109.2.
You seem to have pretty good. Oh, okay.
I didn't show that.
I didn't get any samples.
And
bro, you were here. You had opportunities.
And down goes.
Yeah, I know. And apparently, I drank things I don't even remember.
You drink a lot of shit you don't remember. You drank this.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, you did. You're like, dude, that's good tenure. That's good.
Bullshit. You did not pour that.
Yes, I did.
Gary.
Dude, I wasn't paying attention to what everyone else was pouring.
No, you never cracked one of those while I was there.
Yes, I did, because you're like, oh, you got those Sportgate samples nobody else has. I'm like, here you go.
You definitely did not.
Yes, I did.
I'll admit I don't more.
I don't care. I did.
I do not remember the check. I'll admit that. And I've
not ruined my channel. I will delete you.
Okay, delete me.
Wait, so what are you drinking there, Chris?
I am drinking a 4-gate that is a 10-year MGP. That is 109.2 proof.
I think I would remember that.
Bro, you asked for it and I hooked you up.
I know we tried the split stave, and I know we tried the Ambarana.
You asked about the little private barrels in the back, and I made
Yeah.
sure you had them all.
I think I tried that one as well, Chris.
You've tried this one, yes. You've tried it
I
with
will
Bill.
tell you, I definitely did not get to try at any point in my trip.
I don't think I tried it with Bill. I think Blake
I'm
may have.
sad that I didn't.
Blake
I
might
really
have had
wanna
it
try
because
Yeah, I think Blake might have given me because Bill didn't pour me any MGP stuff. If I recall, that one was phenomenal too. By the way,
oh, it's stupid good. It's
mind you, keep
stupid
in mind
good.
this is the one I'm drinking right now. So
Yeah, that
That's a
one's
good one.
really good. That one's really good, but this is
that one's better. That one is better for sure.
The one
That
I'm
lower
sad
proof
I
one?
didn't try was the Kelvin Collab 5. That's the one I'm really sad I didn't try.
And I'm gonna tell you because Dustin's on here. I was really hesitant about that one because when I got it out of a new bottle, I told everybody, I'm like, yeah.
This one was better.
Yeah.
That
Okay, so listen to me, Dustin.
that was better.
Honestly, I'm in the same boat as you. I tried pre-release batches. They were awesome. I tried the new one on a live stream with people, and I was like, oh, well, the Mizunara is my favorite because this is meh. It's good, but it's not me. It's not me. Okay. And I never said that about a Kelvin. I went back to it last weekend. Okay. Haven't touched it, haven't opened it, haven't done anything. Opening it on the nose, 100% different. Tasting it, 100% different. I'm like, oh, okay. Now we're playing ball.
So it just needs time.
It did. It honestly did. Because honestly, that first pour and everything, and I'm a 4-gate ambassador in case anybody doesn't know. Okay. I'm one of 4 employees of 4-gate. To me and my palate, that bottle needed a week or 2 to open, and it was way different. Like the nose alone was hugely different. It was very sherry forward, and it was not very sherry forward when I opened it 2 weeks later. The palate, the finish was not big time sherry forward when I tasted it 2 weeks later. I was happy with it, and I was really pissed that I'm a 4-gate ambassador and I didn't buy a second bottle of it because I was like, meh.
Yeah, I
And that's me being honest, man.
I have the exact same and opposite opinion of you, Chris.
What?
I wasn't a big fan when it first opened, and you're right. The sherry has gone down, but the problem is that's what I look for in Kelvin collaboration. I want more sherry, and so for me, it's kind of dipping, and I'm like, so we'll see. I will say the Kelvin. I didn't like Kelvin for that much. I've not really liked the way 4-gate's blended Boo-Rise in general.
See, I love the
4-gate and Calvin Collab 4 was the first bottle I tasted that made me go, all right, these guys are onto something, and I bought it.
Yeah.
Well, that said, about a year, that's been open for a year now, and I'm actually really digging the Kelvin 4 now. But it's taken almost a year for me to kind of, because there's something like when they blend bourbon and rye, it doesn't. And it initially gives me weird notes. Like even the there was another one they did that was a Boo-Rye that Blake gave me a sample of, and I didn't like the first half of the sample, and the second half of the sample I enjoyed. 3 weeks later, I was like, oh yeah. Just it takes a while for that bourbon and rye to sort of come together,
right?
So it's a tough one. Although I gotta say, the current bourbon that they're sourcing out of Kentucky is pretty good.
Are you sure about that?
Yeah, the S'more Hoses bourbon that they're getting is pretty good.
That's not bad.
Shore Doses is good stuff.
Yeah, they're. I'll tell you.
Honestly, it's on the more mellow side of things. But...
Well, apparently it's actually a yeast strain they don't actually use in their traditional stuff.
That's correct.
It was called snatch yeast, right?
So I'm gonna give you a little bit of a wonder here. There might be something coming out by the end of the year.
That Blake's referencing right now?
Nope. That is a good reference, but no. But that might be 14 years old. It might blow all your freaking minds.
Well, all I really care about is that brandy cask. I just want that brandy cask. I just want that brandy fucking cask.
Well, that one's coming out, but this other one I just mentioned probably will be coming out at the same time.
Will it be coming at a similar price point to the last 14 year they did?
I don't know.
Yeah.
At
that price point, I'm probably out, to be honest.
I understand that. And I don't know yet. I don't know. But
well, is there more than like a barrel?
I don't think it will be at that price point. Okay. I think it will be at the Majestic Wood price point.
That would make me excited because that's a fair price.
Yeah.
I know the brandy is going to be the Majestic Wood price from what they've speculated.
Yeah.
I know
Majestic's Wood's what, $250?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Unless you go to the 4-gate event and then it was $350.
Well, I didn't get invited to that. So.
You probably could have just shown up, but whatever.
Me either.
But I still drank with your ass afterward.
We did.
Dustin, that was not on us. We didn't set those prices, my friend. I love you.
No, well, the thing was, Bob and Bill went and they said that they talked to him and they'd gotten the price lowered. And then I'd been drinking for 2+ hours.
Yeah.
They told me that those prices, I just brought the bottles up, handed it to them. They rang it up, and I'm like, that sounds high. And I looked at the Kelvin. I saw the Kelvin was 50 over, and I went, whatever. I'm not feeling argumentative. We're about to eat. I'm buzzed. And then I looked at the receipt closer, and I realized I got really gouged on that Majestic Wood. And I was like, son of a. Okay, that was ridiculous. I got screwed.
I'll take care of you, buddy.
It wasn't a big deal. It was like I said, I would have, if I hadn't had a great day, heck, I mean, I'd had $100 worth of bourbon at bar prices at that point. I mean, we weren't drinking crazy, but at bar prices, I'd had, a good 6 pours. I mean, it was a good day.
Right.
And in fact, we've got our Majestic Wood review coming out Sunday.
Okay. Which one?
The only one worth talking about, the Mizunara.
Okay. I love that one.
I know, actually, I think the majority of people there actually, I think, like that Brazilian wood thing. I don't think that finish works with the base bourbon they're using there. The rye notes and that Amberana note conflicted. It might mellow out with time.
Okay. I think it did what they were hoping to do to keep it like it is, that Cinnabon before being cooked, middle of the Cinnabon with the Manuka sugar and
I got this really weird mint dill rye thing.
Oh, you got mint and dill?
Mint for sure, hints of dill, but mint really came through, and that was what was upsetting me. It just didn't work for me at all.
Okay, you're the first with that one, and I'm really confused now.
No, I got this very obvious rye note that was like not playing fair with that one.
We're using clean glasses. I just have to ask.
So in that scenario, no. I then had that glass thoroughly cleaned because I wasn't going to drink out that glass after the Brazilian. But no, I had the Mizunara before in the same glass.
Okay.
But the Mizunara is the same base bourbon, so I don't know why they're.
It is. But but the way the oaks work with it are completely different. You know that. I know. So
I didn't get any of those notes on the Mizunara one either, though.
no, the Mizunara, dude, I love that one. I love
The
that.
Mizunara is excellent, man.
Oh, dude,
Mike,
that's my favorite. That's my favorite.
Mike actually after that one. Mike didn't want to drink any other 48 after that. Like Mike just kept pouring that again and again.
Yeah.
I don't normally ask these, but while they're still obtainable, can you get me a couple of the ones I didn't get to taste so I can obtain them if I need to?
What is that?
5 Mizunara.
Do you want a Mizunara bottle?
I just want to taste it so I can buy it if I like it.
It's on Sealbach, I think, still, isn't it?
Yes,
Yeah.
but I like to taste or have a reference point for a multi-$100 bottle or multiple multi-$100 bottles. That's all. I could talk to you about it off stream. I don't know. I've just been drinking, so I brought it up.
I obviously would have poured those for you that day, but
Yeah, dude, you know how much whiskey we had?
bro, you guys, yeah.
I mean, I know Blake wasn't there, but did we do okay on our own?
Oh, dude, well, you guys basically had like the you had like a slightly smaller version of Blake's like totes, only you had like 6 of them. They weren't quite as nice, but you had just stacks of them. Like Jesus.
We have way more Dusties though.
Yeah, Blake doesn't bring out the Dusties that I've seen.
That was special.
We 30 Dusties with him.
Brad bought each person in the group a birth year bottle.
That's freaking awesome, man.
Yeah, and mine was the National Distillers. That thing's ridiculous. Yeah, Chris, I got to send you some of the Dusties from the trip.
Ooh, I'm in.
I mean, you need to try at least an ounce of this, right?
I mean, that's just good. The umami notes that came out of that one with the sweetness was really cool.
But the way I describe that is just that's when making whiskey was an art. It's just
Right.
It's not like, oh my God, the flavors are incredible. It's just so well rounded and so well presented, and it's just like here,
Dude, you nailed it. You nailed it.
Yeah,
Well,
I mean, that said, though, like, I mean, well, there probably was more inconsistency. I've had 3 or 4 Fitzes from that era, and they all have really similar profiles. Like,
Yeah.
it was an art form.
Similar stuff.
It was an art form to nail it like that. It wasn't like they had, computer control, or they had, they were using steam valves from the 1940s, and they were using,
That's why people like Springbank so much, man.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there's no modern technology involved in that process either.
Mm-hmm. I still got to crack that one that you got me.
Oh, the PX. Oh, man.
Mm-hmm.
Show that to Chris when he gets back, man.
I don't know where the hell it is. It's
okay.
here somewhere.
It's the one that's dark as night.
I don't even remember why I pulled out the tournament decanter. It was to show somebody. So. And I could have made a lot of money not opening that. I literally could have 10x'd that bottle.
Yeah.
But fuck it. I got to share it with friends.
Yeah, I mean, there's a cool factor in that one. Like, if it was a Pappy 23, I think you just have a moral obligation to flip that thing. Like,
if it was a 60s Pappy, yeah. Well, instead, Pappy didn't exist then, I don't think. But this was distilled by Pappy.
No, I mean, it's the same distillate. Yeah, it's definitely not the stately 20-year, which is really what made Pappy famous.
Yeah, but was that even around in the 60s? No.
No.
This was probably the highest proof thing they had.
Well, I don't mean proof, I mean age.
Oh. Yeah, this is not the oldest. That's only a 6-year.
Yeah.
But it's just beautifully presented.
When the first Pappy 20, right? The first Pappy 20, wasn't that like a rye-based Heaven Hill or something that came out?
I don't even know.
I know when Pappy 20 first came out, it was not a Stitzel Weller Weeder. Yeah. Started off as a rye-based bourbon, I believe.
All right, what did I miss? What are we talking about?
Nothing in particular.
Ben's just talking about how big his dick is.
Yeah.
Same old, same old.
Well, me and Gary saw while I was asleep. It's muy pequeño.
Ben always tells me he's a grower, not a shower. So, you know, I mean.
It's not what Bonnie said.
Actually, it is. She'll tell you right now. You want me to call her?
Yes, please.
Yeah, but Bonnie's thing is that she's had to learn all kinds of, tricks and techniques like to rise it up.
Yes, I'm all about the ratings. Let's do it,
Bonnie. I think she passed out.
Oh! An excuse. Oh no.
Ben, did she trip?
Why are you annoyed at me?
Terrible bottles of whiskey.
Yeah, let's get her to give us her answer while she's really mad at you. That'll be a help.
That's what it sounds like. I said, why are you annoyed? I'm not. Why? Oh. My manhood is being questioned here. They don't believe that I'm a grower, not a shower.
You are. And why would they know what you show anyway?
I don't know.
He slept in my dugout.
Are you implying he passes out with his cock out? Happens.
Yeah. If you're going to rock out.
Bourbon guys.
It happens, man.
Wow, she's annoyed. This is going to be a good day tomorrow.
Yeah, tomorrow's a brand new day.
That's right, my friends. I mean, come on. There's 5 people here because everybody's watching Scott and Derek.
No, everybody's watching Derek. Let's get it right.
Is that what's going on over on Fifth Quarter tailgates? Derek is talking about the men from the Mid-Southwest.
I don't know what he's doing.
All right. I'm not going to lie. I'm going to have some more Mizunara. I love this shit. I got to go to my local store, and I'm going to pick up another bottle. Now, if you're watching this, understand this. I'm going to my local store and buying a bottle at cost. Like, what is on the shelf? I'm buying it. He put one away for me.
At retail.
That Gary has right.
It must be nice to still live in a place where you can buy Fourgate off the shelf.
Like, seriously.
I can't buy it.
I was really excited that a local store in my area, like seriously 10 minutes from my house, like 2 minutes from where I went to high school, was interested, and I went and met with them. Got them all in on Fourgate. And they have blasted through it like no tomorrow. Like,
just don't try to get them to sell.
When I told the RNDC, aka Heritage Wine Cellars gentlemen, yo, my guy wants a case of Mizunara, a case of Kelvin, and a case of the rye. They're like, yeah, we don't want we don't do that with customers. I'm like, he's already sold 2 cases of Split Save flagship, and he sold bottles of the Andalusia Key. They're like, oh, yes, he can have it all. He got that stuff within 2.5 hours. He only had a couple bottles of the rye left and 1 bottle of Mizunara left, getting a case of all 3. Ben, Gary, you've been here. Small town USA.
Yes.
We have big companies that make a lot of money. They like their bourbon. And they're like,
I've been trying to find brats around here, and like apparently there are 1 or 2 German like deli butchers around, but they make only very traditional stuff.
Okay.
It's It should be very good traditional stuff.
Ben, I will send you shit. I will freeze,
Word.
dry
That's
it.
something you should be looking for, Ben, when you come through Cincinnati next time.
Well, I didn't know it was a thing until I went to Bobby's cooking brats in Ohio, and then went to Chris's, and Chris is breaking out like the king of the brats.
Because Cincinnati is actually like one of the biggest like German culture cities in the country.
Yeah, and Jews don't do well there. But anyway.
So I shouldn't take you to Hofbrauhaus?
I don't care. I'll get down.
Well, if you come to Michigan, we'll definitely skip Frankenmuth.
Yeah. By the way, if you actually are coming through Cincinnati, that is
how good is the Mizner?
Did I have that? Because I definitely do
You
not
did.
remember that.
You did.
Yeah, I remember pouring that.
Yeah.
It's a bit of a chameleon depending on when you
The
drink
only-
it, the night you're in, but it's a.
Jesus fucking Christ! How much did we drink? The only two I remember are the fucking the splits, the Shelfer split stave, and the Ambarana.
The problem is you tasted the first two and said, I'll never remember a thing. Let's do it.
And then he proceeded to not remember a thing.
Dude, I don't black out.
You didn't black out. You didn't black out. You kept on drinking. You kept on having fun. But
Well, there was just so much good
You
stuff.
didn't remember a lot of the stuff you drank.
Which that's what's odd. Did you roofie me?
No, bro. That
Gary, hang on,
money.
Gary.
I was asleep
Gary-
before you.
Gary, did you roofie me?
Ben,
If
that
anything, I
cost
roofied
money and,
myself.
like, I have 3 kids, bro. Stop where you're head.
No, it's bizarre for me to not remember.
I feel like I'm having like another drinking night with Keith. I'll get together with Mike and Keith. Keith's like, God, why don't you guys ever pour like any of like the Springbank 25s or the Balvenie Ton 1401s? And Mike just every time looks at him like, you had both last time you were here, dude. They were like the second drinks you had.
Dear Lord.
You got to start videoing
You're
his
that off,
pours.
and I'm sitting here going,
Now the other week, Travis and I rode out to Bees, and we got our Kelvin 5s. I think Travis also grabbed a Mizunara cast for himself. For the Ambarana, might be waiting for the Ambarana Plus to.
oh, yeah.
Oh, the one with the rum?
Yes.
It's not a secret anymore, guys.
Okay. Yes, the Ambarana and rum is one that.
It's not a secret when, unfortunately, the barrels showed up at a brewery in Elk Grove, Illinois, and they blasted them all over with the new name of the Fourgate batch, the berry batch. And it's the Ambarana. It says berry, Ambarana, second fill, blah, blah, blah. Three of those showed up at Microphone, which is an amazing brewery that was just part of the Michaeler German beer fest. I mean, like, they're legit. They do real shit. They're awesome. I love them to death. They do a lot of barrel finishes, and I was excited to see those barrels randomly when I went there today. I'm like, what? I'm like, that's not even out. And they're like, yeah, we know. I'm like, I work
So
for
quick
them.
diversion, since you said good brewery.
Yeah.
Ended up going over to Transient today. And when Rory turned 21, I brought her there, and she's like, I don't like beer. And it's like, yes, I know. And one of the things that she had at the time, it was a Farmhouse Goes, which was also made with beets.
Oh,
And she loves beets.
oh,
And they hadn't made it since then.
oh.
And we were there tonight.
Oh,
So
dear
we
Lord.
came back with several bottles of that, and they will be working their way down to Kentucky. because she's only been waiting.
Impressed by that because honestly, I mean, okay, the 4 of us on here, there's only 4 people watching this, and it's all 4 of us. We all know the things we like. We all search for the things we like. Right?
Oh, God, Ben.
Yeah.
I'm scared.
Being able to walk into somewhere and seeing what we like, yeah, we're going to buy the shit out of it.
Well, I mean,
even though we all have way too much shit, we're going to buy the shit out of it.
Well, I mean, she's been talking about it for years, almost to the point where I was going to ask, what would it cost to buy an entire run of it? Just to, you know, like, what's the smallest run you could make, and how much would it cost me? So, fortunately, it never came to that. But
I hate myself.
You guys got to see this. I got a random text message at 11:16 tonight.
Okay.
And now I assume somebody was texting me about the Lakers-Warriors game. I've been talking with a bunch of people about it. And I get this. This is a bottle of wine that they're sending me a photo of. As you can see, there's polished nails.
Yeah.
Oh, yep.
It's covered in plastic, which already tells you it's expensive. And it's a 253 number. I've got no idea if anybody happens to know that.
Okay.
So I'm looking at it and I'm thinking, I know, like, I searched the zip code. It's Washington area, and I'm like, I know somebody like in Oregon or something. I mean, and I know her well enough where I could have messaged her, but instead I just sent a message to a mutual friend of ours, and I said, "Is that so and so's number?" And he's like, "No." He goes, "Jesus, Oregon, not Washington." I was like, "I know, but people move." And I'm like, it just seems very weird that somebody would send me what looks like a very high-end alcohol expression that I don't know. It's a little too on the cusp. And he responds back, "Yeah, I'm with you." And he goes, "By the way, I looked it up. Here's a link. It's a $26,000 wine."
Oh yeah, no, I knew exactly what that was when you showed it.
Okay, it's a $26,000 wine. I'm just like, what is this random person sending me this?
I just want to know what level of baller do you have to be to pop up? See, like, here's the thing, right? Even if you acquired a $26,000 bottle of scotch, right? Or let's say it's, literally Pappy's private stash from 1970, whatever, and you paid that kind of money for a bottle, right?
Can I say something real quick?
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Scotch, I will pop because it's going to be okay. Wine, I can't pop that because if I do, it's only good for about 6 more days.
And
if
you're
you're
probably
lucky,
drink
it might
it,
only be good for 6 hours.
But it's only good for like 6 more days.
But that's where I was going to say is what level of bowler do you have to be to open? Like, if any of us acquired a whiskey that was $25,000, I'll round it, right? If you opened it, you could share that with friends. You could savor it. You could, you know what I mean?
And you can do that over time.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
What level of bowler do you have to be to open a bottle of wine that costs $25,000 and just that's going to go in the next hour.
So it's a level of baller where you're hanging out with people that are on the same level of baller with you.
Right.
And they will open their bottle of that level when you're over at their place.
So
this is still what level of baller is that? Where does the level of baller start with that?
Washington, D.C.
Is it 10 million a year? Is it 20 million a year?
Washington, D.C., where it doesn't matter. You can write it off.
Yeah, because it's not your income that's buying it. It's somebody bought it for you as a gift because they need your vote, or they need you to help them talk to this person, or they need a phone number to call this guy.
Right. Right.
I mean, I'll give you an example, Ben. Different level here. Like my uncle did a deal. And let me tell you, my uncle doesn't do discounts when he does real estate deals. He gets his 6%. That's non-negotiable. Friends, family, best client, he gets his 6. He did a big deal, and somebody liked the deal so much they gave him a bottle of bourbon.
Yeah.
He gave him a bottle of WLW.
Ooh.
Now you might be thinking, well, that's pretty nice. And then he sent me a photo of this thing. Well, it was a 2016 release of WLW.
Is that the hazmat?
It's not hazmat. I will, but if you go look up like ratings on like a couple different, like whiskey base, distiller,
one of the top ones. Yeah,
it's like the number one, or number two. Yeah, like you have to go back to like 2009 or something to get stuff that's like higher. So we're talking like one of the most highly sought after ones. He doesn't know this. Now, when he sent that to me, I told him, "Yeah, that's gonna be a tough one." He's looking for a bottle to buy another one, and he can do it for about $3,000. But like that's again, it's just different. It's like, oh, I just want to give this guy a gift. We can freaking give him one of the most sought after WLWs there is.
But going back to the wine,
as I get for a minute,
if you're trying to sway a politician and you bring them over for dinner and you pop that and share that, it's basically an undeclared gift, and they're getting a $5,000-$10,000 experience in what they drank in it. That all gets to go unreported because they came over for dinner and they didn't leave with anything that wasn't already in their belly.
Yeah. So there's a Big Shot DC liquor store, and if you know DC, they can do whatever they want to get.
I don't know any Big Shot DC liquor stores. Shut up, Prob Suraf.
So anyway, this guy had a client who wanted to get a hold of a Highland Park 50.
I'd like to touch that too, but I can't buy it or drink it.
Yeah, so
touch it.
So he bought it. So somebody's like, "Hey, there's one at a local store here. What do you want to do on that?" And the guy was like, "Pick it up." He goes, "I'll give you an extra $1,500 for the trouble, and plus shipping and all the other stuff." And then somebody else says, "Hey, I got one for it's only $2,000 more than that one. Yeah, I'll take that one too." Now, as I was reading this, I didn't realize this guy owned a liquor store, and this is probably for a client. But yeah, he dropped $70,000 in about 3 hours that day.
Was it Prob or was it somebody else jumping in?
I can't think of his name. His name's not Prob. He was an Indian guy.
It was
or he was.
It's Vic's guy. It's Vic's guy from the West Coast, and that's Prob's boy.
He could be. He was definitely from the Asian area, but I don't actually know that he was Indian. He could have been more of something a little different. I mean, again, I only saw like a little Facebook.
Nobody else plays at those levels.
Well, the thing is, I mean, no, there's a lot of liquor stores there where
go look at Vic and Wagner's guy.
Yeah, but his money goes back,
and they have the same stuff with the 20-year and 30-year Pappies and the 20-year Pappy picks and the 18-year Pappy picks and all that.
Well, I mean, this was
Cerrito.
This is like a small time move comparatively from that stuff because the 50s are still out at the time, were still available in some stores. He had a client who wanted to buy a bottle. It was that simple. He was sourcing it for a client.
Yeah, dear Lord, this is what Midwinter shows me.
Man, I got the worst fucking version of Midwinter that they ever released. I'm still mad.
What Act 10?
It was whichever one was like right there, like as they were transitioning away from MGP to their own stuff.
Oh no, this year 2022.
Oh, the transition was 6.
It was 6 or 7 that I have. Yeah, and
it's 6.
Yeah, I think 22's is worse.
Okay, I'd heard from other people that they started getting older. I had the one where like they pulled MGP out.
9 wasn't bad. 9 wasn't bad, but it wasn't phenomenal. 10 sucks, in my opinion.
9 was pretty damn good. I'm not gonna lie, it was pretty damn
10
good.
10 super hot.
For your Finnish whiskey drinker, not your all the time whiskey drinker. 9 was the shit. Bridget loved it. 10, she was like, what the fuck is this? Sucks ass. She tried the encore. She's like, wow, thanks for stealing 250 from me. That was her comment.
I hadn't really heard much about the 2022 batch, to be honest with you. So that fair enough.
Yeah,
I'd gotten the impression that they were on the upswing, but maybe not. Okay.
Yeah, well, they had something going on, but like, dude, you can ask these guys. They met my wife and stuff. She's drank with them and stuff. When she tasted the 10, she's like, "Yeah, this sucks." When she had the encore, she honestly said, "Wow, what a way to rip off 250 from me. Thank you."
Ooh. That was with the white port or something they used on that second
white
one?
port. It's good. It's good. Gary, you've had it. You had the same. It's good.
Yeah, you poured it for me. I was there when you cracked it.
Yeah, it's not amazing. It's okay.
It doesn't have value.
No. It's like a $50 bottle, and you're like, yeah, okay, cool.
Have you guys had?
I was going to be a little bit more generous, but yeah.
You guys had this?
Fuck yeah, I have. Would you have batch 1 or batch 2, bitch?
This is the 2nd of October, 2022.
Okay, batch 2.
Okay.
Yes, I have that one. It is amazing.
See, I don't know. I'll go back to it tonight, but I was not really that impressed with it.
Okay.
I will say this.
Let me ask, what are you looking for, though? That is what matters with that one.
I honestly went in only knowing that Cheech liked it, and he said, "Hey, this stood out to me." I'll tell you this: it's the worst whiskey I think I've ever put on the rocks. I thought I was just in a mood for having a couple ice cubes with some whiskey, and I had that.
I wouldn't put that on the rocks at all.
It was terrible.
No.
It basically had no flavor at that point. Like I couldn't believe it didn't hold up better.
Yeah, dude, that is not an on the rocks whiskey ever.
I mean, I'm a simple guy when it comes to the rock. Sometimes I just want some bourbon and cold, and that thing wasn't bourbon and cold. Kentucky.
That's a $25 bottle then.
That's unfortunately
when you say bottle and cold, you want a $25 bottle. Come on.
No, I mean, like I switched over to Kentucky Spirit for the on the rocks, and that was great.
Okay.
And I think Kentucky Spirit's thin without water, but in ice. But
yeah, did you ever pay $79?
Why are you drinking on the rocks? That's all I'm gonna ask you, because
I was just one of those nights.
I drink a lot of shit.
Well, I had my windows open. It was a hot day. The heat was kind of coming in, and I just kind of wanted something cool. And that was just sort of the mood I was in, man. And I don't think I own a bourbon that's replaceable under $70, to be honest.
You ever paid $79 for a Kentucky Spirit like I did this week?
Magnus, Rick,
I paid $70 for both of the last two I bought.
106.
Kentucky Spirit?
Yeah.
Did you pay 90? I mean 79?
No, I paid it was $69.99.
For Russell's or Kentucky Spirit?
Kentucky Spirit. Russell's is 90 here.
Jesus.
What? Dude, I paid $49.99 at Benny's for it.
Russell's
How long ago?
Russell's picks are $86.99 in Kentucky.
They have shot up.
I paid that. Ben has a new label, new everything. I paid that at Benny's 2 weeks before you guys were here. And I gave Ben that pick. It was
the last ones Kentucky. The last ones Ohio had were 60, 65, but now they're almost $100 in Kentucky. Anywhere that gets them. These are all stores that do retail. These are not stores that do secondary.
I bought a ton of Russell's picks at Kroger's for people up here, and they were like $53, $55. This was probably a good year and a half ago. And then now when I go down there, they're all, 79, 80 something.
That one you gave me, Chris, is that one you were raving about and getting extras of?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I wasn't sure.
And Gary, I'm in the market if you find those fun things, because I need about 4 more to put away to feel like I don't give a fuck no more.
Of what, Chris?
Russell's.
There's some here at 70 right now.
I'm in.
Okay.
I'm just saying with you guys, you understand this.
When I get back from the southern land, as long as I don't get kidnapped or murdered, we'll catch up and figure that shit out.
My goal, Russell's, is I like having that with my cigars outside. I don't drink Russell's for any other reason. I love that with a cigar.
Yeah, I'm honestly probably done buying Russells at the 90 price point. Like,
dude, I don't want to buy it at 90. 70 is probably my max.
But yeah, it's again, it's $86.99 or $84.99. I picked up a couple for Blake not too long ago because Party Source had a few, and I mean, Party Source doesn't do secondary, generally speaking. So it's just that's what.
No, they got Campari'd.
Well, I mean, again, it's $70 now for Kentucky Spirit. 70.
Yeah, and the picks that I did with Jason and Scotty were just the Russells were 75 and the Kentucky Spirits were 79. What the fuck?
Well, Campari's got to pay for Wilderness Trail somewhere.
But I don't understand the
Kentucky Spirit picks here is $69.99.
I don't understand the Kentucky Spirits being more than the Russells.
No, at 101 proof. No.
Well, because Kentucky Spirit's always been a premium brand. It always has been. And Russell's was never pitched as that. Russell's was like essentially just the story on Russell's, if you know it, was they had older whiskey they couldn't put in the 101.
Yep.
And they pitched that as a way to sell a slightly higher upmarket product.
Yeah. Yeah.
And unfortunately for
Campari, all of us dumbasses
it might be
drink things that the whiskey industry
Tony Two Toes is upset
because 90 proof is their golden.
So Chris, Tony Two Toes is upset that his comments about my dick size were overlooked. I've got messages. I've got messages from Tony asking me if his
1:27 a.m.
were suppressed,
or probably 12:27 at your time.
Was he not showing up on live?
I'm in StreamYard only. I see
them.
None of that.
Yeah, they're there.
Is Tony on a different account?
No.
Oh, they're there.
I'm looking in the live chat. Oh wait. Oh Jesus. I just realized I've been looking at a different chat for the last hour. I've been looking at Fifth Quarter Tailgate's chat because I opened it up just to see who was on stream.
Yeah, I don't know why people are there, but whatever.
Is anybody there?
Dude, it's rocking, man. They got a full panel.
Well, that's why I'm not cool. That's why I suck.
It could be you're a little more less consistent streaming than even Scott.
No, I think it's more I think it's much more that he had Derek and he did a giveaway.
Cooler than Scott.
It's much more that he did a giveaway and there's people are gamblers.
Okay, let's do a giveaway.
You do need to market it a little bit.
I don't want to market it.
My next set of fingernail clippings, I'll throw them in a giveaway.
Dude, if you're willing to actually mail that out, that's props to you on being willing to go through that effort to send somebody shit.
Yeah, why is everybody there? Chris Tats is there. Derek's there. Eric Desmarius is there. John Cranes is there.
Watching, yeah.
Your boy Toast Malone is there.
All right, watch this shit. Watch this shit. And this will tell me if I need to cancel all my shit or not.
Deathless Dan is there. Shits is there.
What the fuck?
Eric fucking the Barbarian is there.
The fuck him. I don't like him.
Is he still conscious or?
I hate
him. He actually looks very conscious.
Him.
Usually at this point, he's.
Okay, so Chris just pulled out his dick, which is massively larger than Ben's is.
I haven't subscribed to Fifth Quarter. I'm talking to myself at the moment.
He has a freaking Elijah Craig 12 that has his "Happy Birthday, Chris" on it. That was custom made for him.
What?
Yeah,
Well, that explains it. I'm not subscribed.
Who has that?
Chris Tats, dude. That guy back in the day, like, was friends with everybody over at Heaven Hill before bourbon was big.
Yeah.
Like, that guy has legacy whiskey that's just insane.
He does, but he also doesn't know how to breathe without bragging about it.
Hey, I'm proud of myself. I killed this. I've killed a Justin's House of Bourbons pick.
What kind of damage has the wifey done to the Valley Dan?
Oh, happy.
Jeez.
Well,
Dude,
How much-
she keeps on comparing it to other shit. She's like, yeah, this shit sucks. This shit sucks. This shit's real. This shit
did you get into those new roofs? That now that they're there?
Gary, they're down here and they made it to the High West shelf. I'm like, why are they there? She goes, they're alphas. I'm like,
They're-
what? She goes, they're so much better than the other shit. They're alphas. It's my shelf. I'm
I
like,
just-
I hate those terms so much.
You just
I'm like, I'm a man and I'm not going to fight with my wife.
there's
Ever.
well, I usually try to ask myself, is there any good that can come from pushing this point? And if the answer is no, then why bother?
Yeah.
Hey, I saw Maureen today.
What are
For
you
a
all
moment.
going to drink? I cleared my shit out. What are you going to drink?
Well, I'm still on that Magnus sample.
Well, that's not fun.
Well, I've got so many samples I got to take care of.
No, you do.
I actually killed a couple bottles. I killed a Raihu Shagmi, and then the 123.6 proof Woodford batch proof in the old style bottle.
Okay.
I've got something actually that worth pouring here. Let me see if I can find it.
All right. What do you got?
And then last month, when I was up at Travis's for a bottle share, we killed the Rhetoric 25.
Well, I need to know what's going on with our friend's bachelor party so I can plan it, please.
I'm trying to think who's getting married.
Ziegler.
Oh, yeah.
I'm
Sorry.
coming, but I need to know the dates.
I could look up the date of the wedding. I'm not sure of the date of the bachelor party.
Yeah, because he told me he is holding off planning the man party
Yes.
until he knows. I'm like,
And
bro, I need to know.
Oh, anyway.
Oh shit, Gary's gone. What the fuck?
All right. So I have a question for you while Gary's gone, Chris.
Yeah.
Is this a drink bottle or is this a collect bottle?
Dude, drink. That is so good.
Okay.
Have you tried it?
No, I haven't cracked it because, like, I mean, it's a baseball card.
Yeah. Dude, that bottle, so good.
Okay.
It's so good, dude.
Will
Will
it Wolves?
Will it collab? Blah blah blah. I'm gay.
Wolves Collab Batch 1.
Oh, fuck that shit.
I don't know anything about it.
That's something gay people drink.
What I'm going to tell you is I tried recently the
I got to sample this from
Blackened
Blake.
Willet was delicious, right?
Ooh.
Regular Blackened's disgusting. The Blackened Willet was delicious.
Oh, that's amazing. I got one back here.
I tried
Amazing.
the Willet Wes Henderson. Could be worse than regular Blackened. disgusting.
That's
I had it
horrible.
at a tasting, and I couldn't believe how bad it was.
Well, I am gonna be appreciative of the person in the chat who gave me the sample. So,
All right. I'm ready to grab something off the shelf. You guys tell me what.
you haven't had anything finished yet, have you?
No,
Still
sir.
Gary's birthday-ish stream.
Oh,
you
well, well, we're out of my birthday time zones in Eastern and
Gary.
Central.
You're good.
It's ish.
We've moved on to my parents' 62nd anniversary, which is today.
Well, this is
I'm
going to be
waiting.
my last pour. So, what are we drinking for your parents' 60-something anniversary?
I have no idea. Pick something you want to drink.
Chris, finished port finished.
Port finished?
Yeah,
Okay.
I know Chris doesn't like sherry that much, so port finished.
So before whatever happened, that the computer took a crap. Yes,
Oh damn,
that's a BDB.
Jesus!
Suck a fucking dick, bitches.
But
That is a big dick bottle right there, man. Jeez.
I was in the middle of saying Ziegler is gathering some major league bottles for that event.
Oh, I know. I'm sourcing some.
Oh, and and the stocks that guy has is
Oh, he showed me all of his pictures.
So what
of
did you pull,
everything he
Chris?
has now. He showed me pictures of every shelf, Gary, and I was like, bro, why do you want me to find shit for you? He's like, because you find shit I can't have.
Chris, what
Mike.
port finish did you pull?
Haystack Needle.
A
Oh,
14-year MGP. Dude, I'm not gonna lie. This Willett Wolves collab batch 1 is fucking insane. Holy shit!
Goddamn, does someone suck with some dick?
Dude, I'm telling you, man, the finish on this thing is nuts. You know what, man? If this is what sucking dicks like, I might have to switch teams.
Well, not if I've seen Ben do that, but wow.
I mean, I'm not gonna slum into Ben's level. God, I'm gonna go after somebody like the franchise here. I think he's in my league.
As long as you say no homo when it's over, it's all good.
Okay, like I said, man, if the finish is like this,
Finish might be a little bit saltier, but yeah.
That's good.
yeah.
I'll have some pineapple.
That's so good.
beforehand.
But I gotta say, man, like up front, mouthfeel, all that stuff, it's whatever. But man, the finish is awesome on this thing.
Wow, that's good.
That's it. I am a admitted Willett rye fanboy.
Bro, you've always been a Willett whore.
I don't like their bourbons at all, but the rye. Their bourbon, I think, is just a joke. Hooray, you found off-profile Heaven Hill 20 years ago.
Stop
Good
it,
for you.
Dustin. Stop it. Stop it. I'm all about the rice. Stop. Don't piss him off so bad. We can't use you. Please stop.
I like their rye, man.
Chris, you remember that Sagamore I bought?
Yeah.
I talked to Brian Tracy. Apparently, that was a Illinois exclusive.
Oh, the stout.
Stout finished, yeah.
Yeah. I
That
told
was
you that.
only Illinois.
I told you I thought it was, but you were
Yeah.
like, no. we're
How
good."
is that?
Didn't try it yet, but I'm gonna have this one.
Oh, that's a good bottle right there. Mike and I did a versus with that and the sherry finished one like a month and a half ago, and he still hasn't published the video. I don't know when he's going to put that one up.
I mean, I think I like the sherry
Guys,
better.
I love you. I'm sorry it didn't go the way it was supposed to, but whatever.
Huh?
Not me.
Well, I don't have any straight port finish that I want to drink. So,
What about gay port finished?
So good.
So since Dustin doesn't care for Willet bourbon, I got a Hirsch 7 or 9 month.
Oh, I could have had
single barrel to
had Willet with you.
Okay, there you go.
Well, at least alleged Willet.
I did enjoy that Hirsch cognac finish that Blake brought last time we were. That was good. I don't dislike Willet. It's just that it's good bourbon that they're charging comical prices for.
See, the problem is
some are completely sublime, and other ones are just funky, and they're not that they're bad.
I really enjoy that funkiness, and the price is just. But that's why, like, whenever I can pull a favor and get a bullet. Okay, bye, Chris. A bullet or a what do you call it? Old Kirk or whatever. I jump at the opportunity.
Yeah, if somebody can tell me ahead of time that for sure that it's going to be Willet, I mean, I definitely for about $100 I'm down. But
yeah,
like I've got a 12-year Willet Purple Top. Effectively, it's rare vintage Kentucky bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
Those assholes. It's a good bottle, but it's not a $300 bottle, and if it had been called a purple, if they put it in a Purple Top label, it would have been $1,000 bottle, and that's just comical. Now, I will say, if you are chasing the bullets, Willets, those Kamichi collaborations, I've seen like 6 years for like 160, and they sit on shelves a while because people don't know it's Willet.
Well, they're only in Kentucky, so
are they okay?
Yeah.
Well, they're showing up here, so if you're interested,
I know where, and I still have 2 of them, so I don't need to get more. So I know how to differentiate barrel, BARRELLs that are Willet, and from the codes, and
it's got to be more than just Z on it.
Well, it has to be Z and it has to be Kentucky, because Z's have 2 things. If it's Z in Indiana, it's 99.1.
Okay.
Which is the same mash bill as Old Carter 5 and 14.
Really, 5 was that too?
I thought 5 was no. So I think Old Carter 4 and 5 bourbons came out at the same time. I've got 4, and that one to me, I would believe, was the 99.1. When I got to try the 5, it had more of like the rye spice type note to me. I would have guessed that one was a 21, or maybe it was something that they did with rebarreling that gave it that.
I'm still shocked that 5 was a double barrel and nobody knew about that until the 4 was sitting with Sherry. And then she dropped that, and Jason was just like, "What?"
Well, that was when I first at Whiskey Weekend Batch 3 when I was talking with Mark. He came right out and said, "It's like, if we would have known that this was something we could market, we probably would have put it on the label." I'm paraphrasing, but he's like, "Yeah, we do that. We just don't say that we do that." In terms of rebarreling and
right, but the whole thing is that they said the 14 was 99.1, right?
I know that's a known thing.
I believe that.
And they said that 14 was the same as 5 that everybody loved.
I think it was the same as 5 in terms of what they did with the
because it's double barrel. Yeah.
I was told what I heard, the same mash bill.
It could very well be.
It doesn't matter.
I was unaware that mash bill even existed until the 14 came out. I had never even heard of a 99.1 bourbon from MTV.
Well, like all the light whiskey is the 99.1. It's just whether or not they threw it in new barrels when they put it out there.
Yeah, I'd never heard of anybody actually labeling it and saying it's bourbon. It's 99.1. I just didn't know it was out there.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, according to Blake, he says stream is over in the chat, but the stream's still going.
Well, I mean, if he's watching it on YouTube, let's see.
I'm reading his comment on YouTube. I've got YouTube up. Well, my concern is that Chris went to sleep, but he didn't turn the stream off.
Well, we've definitely had those nights.
It happened.
Nope, YouTube's still going because there we are.
Yeah, I don't know if somebody needs to, because I was getting ready to say, because when Chris started doing the whole "I'm sorry, Dustin," I'm like, about what? We're having a great night, man.
What did he say?
Oh, that wasn't from Chris.
Oh.
But
well, the thing is, I mean, we could text him, but I don't know if that's going to do us any good because he's passed out. He's passed out.
No. Or just decided that it's time to go up to bed. But sometimes when you hit the wall, you hit the wall.
Oh yeah, I mean, again, I'm not here to criticize anybody for that.
But apparently, we were doing so well. Maybe he didn't want to end it because just
Well, I was actually getting ready to say. I was getting ready to say, Chris, it might be time to go send us to the back, to the back stream.
Yeah.
Just take us off YouTube because it sounded like he wanted to say something. It sounded like he was going to start talking about maybe some kind of sourcing thing they were talking about at Foregate or something that maybe didn't need to be public when he's drinking. Pure speculation that he didn't say anything. I'm just saying,
Yeah.
He seemed like he wanted to talk about something in that regard, and I was like, well, you might want to take this off stream.
Yeah. But other than that, where were we in our conversation? It was rolling.
Are you texting Chris, Ben?
I'm responding to other texts, but I probably should.
I wouldn't surprise.
I was just trying to see if other people had already sent a message.
I'm guessing Blake might have already reached out.
Yeah, I was texting with Blake myself, but. Yeah, I sent him a message.
But for all those still watching in YouTube, thank you for
yeah.
Oh yeah, we're back on the.
They were talking about 91 with the 4K. I'll say this: I had them side by side. Thanks to Blake was generous enough to let me taste his 14, and I pulled out my 5. They are very different profiles. They have they both bring in like a coffee note, which I think is kind of where I think a lot of people are digging it. 14 is like dark roast, which I'm a dark roast guy. 5 is more like a Kona, a little bit more fruitiness, sweetness. 4 is more like caramels and custards. 14 is like dark chocolates. I mean, just totally different profiles.
Yeah, and the.
But similar.
I remember, like when we were at Old Carter with Blake and Jason.
Yeah.
When we were talking with Sherry, it sounded like with the rebarreling that they went like 100% toasted barrels, and that was the same as 5. I don't recall her mentioning mash bills. That doesn't mean it's not the same. It doesn't mean that it is the same.
I think maybe Blake made the 99.1 and asked the question. She confirmed. I don't think she talked about anything about the 5 except that it was the toasted barrel. That was the big thing.
Right.
And I'll tell you what, I think that's something that old Carter needs to get better with, is disclosure on stuff like that, because one, their stuff sells out instantly, so there's no like negative side to this. It's just, and we already have text blurbs talking about it. It'd be awesome to get some cool extra information on each batch. Like,
I don't think there's any risk at this point to them to go ahead and
now, and I mean, and truth be told, and especially again at their price points, I think they've got the room in the budget if the label needs to be a little more costly to like have a different blurb each time, because we're not talking big money here. We're talking $1, $2 a bottle.
Or you just throw it on the website.
Blake's saying it doesn't sell it that fast anymore.
Well, it doesn't sell it that fast when it's priced at $2.99 and $2.79. If it gets priced at $200 where it used to be at, it's going to fly off the shelf.
Yeah, I was gonna say if it's at the $2.30 range, it goes pretty quick around here. But fair enough. My point being is also disclosure usually sells more, not always. How cool would it be to get like Sherry or Mark's notes on the back label? That's just like one of my favorite things about Compass Box is reading the label. Now, mind you, it might take me a month to get to it because freaking Glazier writes a freaking book and he puts it in super small font. But
yeah,
he talks about the story of what he did and why he did it. And it's not always good. Sometimes it's a bunch of political BS and he's throwing in other stuff, but it's just.
Or you release that on your social media or on the website if you don't want to throw it on the bottle itself.
Yeah, but man, I'm telling you, there's something cool about you've got a bottle of whiskey.
I'm not arguing that.
You get that. I mean,
I'm not arguing that.
No. But having met Sherry, it makes me want it more.
Oh.
If that because I mean, like, I didn't know like before I met Sherry. Well, maybe somebody told me, but I had forgotten. But I'd forgotten that the horse on the front was her artwork.
Right.
I already liked it. Like it's a piece of, because a lot of people dislike the fact that certain, like a brand is sourced, like Forgate or Old Carter. Well, that's what the back label where you explain what you did. That lets people get to know you who haven't met you in person, and lets them get an impression of what you're doing and why your whiskey's special. And it doesn't need to be BS marketing. It's like, hey, here's what we did for this batch. Here's what I thought. It humanizes it, and it gives it that craft feel. Like, I would love to see that.
Yeah. I'm all I'm saying is if it doesn't have the practicality of adding it onto the label on the bottle, there's certainly plenty of other venues to go ahead and put that out there where it's like, hey, we don't want this to be in 0.7 font. They
could do a QR code or something that sends you to that.
Yeah.
It has to be on the bottle, because there's something about, especially if Blake's saying it sits some places, you're holding that bottle.
Places it sits are places that sell it for secondary prices.
I'm going to trust that Blake maybe knows a few hole in the walls that keep it. I trust Blake's.
When I've hit shops down there, do I come across it? Yes, but most of the time when I've found it, it's been closer to 300 than 200.
Well, and I'll tell you this. I mean,
found it sitting under 300.
I know some stores that definitely consistently have it for around the 270 mark.
Most places I know that it's still at are in the 400 or at the 400 range.
Yeah, I know a few places
found it for their.
Blake's still talking stories. Yeah, I believe you, buddy.
And here's the thing: he doesn't know they're sitting, because if he knew where they were sitting for a fair price, he would have owned them already.
Well, Blake gets 2 cases of retail. I mean,
that's not enough for Blake.
It's not for Blake. It's not enough for Blake's friends that he hooks up later. But I mean, I know some places around 270 that they usually have them for at least a month after they come out. But I mean, in those same stores, when they very, very first, like Old Carter first started rolling out, they couldn't get rid of the stuff.
Oh,
I know.
and those times were wonderful when I finally decided that I'd start buying it.
When it first came out in New York, nobody knew what the fuck it was.
Yeah.
I was buying all of them.
When I back in like 2020 and that, and just going all over the place down, Louisville, Elizabethtown, all through there. Every third store I'd go in there, there'd be single barrels, there'd be different batches in that, and it would be 169, 179, maybe 209 for a single barrel. And if you could go back and redo things, I'd probably spend every penny that I spent, but it would be a really different mix of bottles, and I would have snatched a lot more of that stuff. It'd be, and it was literally, there was a rapture, because I'm going down to Kentucky easily once a month, and I'm seeing it, and I go down there on one visit, all the bourbons and American whiskeys and single barrels gone. Every store that I found them at, gone. Just
yeah.
Not even.
I'll tell you what, they blew my mind with those single barrels when they first came out, because I think they were the first brand to bring out those older Bartons, and they had really good ones.
Oh yeah.
I will say this though, there were a few people who, after the fact, started barreling those, and they were the same quality, in my opinion, for way less.
Whose do you think was on par with theirs?
Well, and mind you, again, we're talking single barrels, so
No, I know we're talking single barrels.
For starters, Lucky 7 just blew everybody out of the water.
Yeah, but the problem with Lucky 7s is there's great ones and there's crap ones.
I've had some that were low proof. They were still really good. And
I have one in particular that I'm unimpressed with.
Okay, I've got 7 of them. I've got 7 of them.
Lucky 7s came out 2 to 3 years later.
But yeah, I just said that because remember,
well,
we're talking about 12 year versus 14
year. You meant shortly after, like 6 months later.
No, well, about a year later, you started getting Lost Soul came out with some that were at like 120.
They have all ones. I never saw those. Okay.
Yeah, they had 13-year Barton at 120. Like, bruh.
And they were hitters.
Huh? I wouldn't say they were hitters, but they were 120, man. Like, and they were good.
Because some of the old Carter single barrels have been lucky enough to taste. I only own one. I have one or two. I forget.
Down Home Batch 2 actually was the first one I got. That one was incredible. Well, 15-year Evan Williams for $350, Blake, sounds reasonable. I hate to say. I don't know if those sell retail because I've never even heard of or seen one.
I ain't touching them.
I don't know what a buck 15 years.
Yeah, I've got a 12-year Old Carter single barrel. I've got a 13-year Old Carter single barrel, and then all the rest of mine are 14s.
I didn't buy any of the 14s because I've never seen a 14, but I bought a bunch of 12s.
Well, I think all the 14s have just been the pop-ups. The 12 and 13.
I thought Justin's got a couple barrels. At least one.
Well, I mean, they might have gotten some bottles in from a single barrel, but all the 12 and 13, those went out through distributors.
Gotcha.
And then all the 14, now the ones with like the
I'm purely
red labels have all been like through pop-ups.
I'm purely talking 12, 13s. I'm not talking about the 14s. I have no experience with the 14s unless Blake gave me a pour, and I don't have a instant like recollection. Right. I do think at one point I did have a 14 versus the Lucky 7, and they were very comparable. But again, the Lucky 7, I paid secondary for Lucky 7, and it was still cheaper. So
right.
And, I mean, I'm not knocking them for their pricing because, I mean, it's an epic bourbon. People are buying it.
Yeah.
I mean, just don't do what a Dogfather did and put out 15-year MGP for $750 retail. I'm sorry, but that just hurt your brand.
Yeah.
If they'd done $500 on those, I probably wouldn't have bought one, but I would not find that as offensive.
Yeah.
700, I just don't want to be a part of your company. Like, I don't want to buy your stuff.
Yeah. But at 500, you can just call it Boss Hog and a cool topper on it.
Man, I've only tried one Boss Hog, but man, did it suck for the price.
Well, see, that's the thing with Whistle Pig. I've tried a couple. I've been fortunate that they've been tried several Boss Hogs. I've tried the 21, and
I had like the Old World or something 12-year. That was really impressive.
But those ones, they've been damn good, but not at the price.
I wouldn't have bought that Boss Hog, the one with the Calvados barrels. I wouldn't pay $10 for that damn bottle.
I don't think that was one of the ones that I had. I mean, I've had, I think, 2 batches of.
I heard the one before that was really good, and I heard the one 2 after was really good. So yeah. I've heard them all was one of the weaker ones, but still,
if they're sitting out in front of me at a bottle share, I'll drink them. But yeah. There's no way I am going to buy them even at the suggested retail.
By the way, Blake, one more time, man. Thanks for this thing, dude. This is a hitter, man. This is really good. Like, that's actually one of the best ryes I've ever had.
Which one was that?
This was the Willet Wolves collab batch.
Okay, yeah, okay.
Batch 1. Because I know they've had a batch 2 that's been like $3.50 and was kind of sitting on shelves, and I looked at it and kind of laughed. I don't think I'd pay $3.50 for this, but I'm not saying I wouldn't either. It's pretty good. I'll put it this way: if I had a really good, a couple things went well for me, and I ended up having some extra cash I wasn't expecting, that'd be a bottle I'd consider. It's really good.
Yeah. I mean, if it's really good and it's something that's distinct, I will. I don't mind as much.
Yeah. The problem with this is it's not that distinct.
Yeah.
It's just exceptionally well done.
Yeah.
This, which I think is a little bit of a mess, is distinct. I like it. I mean, don't get me wrong. I like this. I wish I hadn't bought 2 bottles. Let me put it that way. I'm glad I bought the one. I wish I hadn't bought 2.
I've been really impressed by it, but through the lens of, relatively young Wisconsin bourbon, how good could it be? And then when I've tried it, it's like, well, damn, that's actually pretty good.
Oh, it's exceptional when you read 5-year in Wisconsin. Also, when you look at the color, I don't know if it's going to really it doesn't show up well here, but it's a little light for the flavor you're getting. And Blake, $2.50, that's actually a good price on that for that. That's a value. I would pay that. I paid $2.50 for that 8-year Kamichi Willet rye I have, and I will say this: it's good. I don't think it's better than like the Kentucky Owl Batch 2, which I've been told is not even like Dixon's better Kentucky Owl Rye batch. So, the oldest one he did, but
1 and 2 were 11 years, 3 and 4.
I thought one was 10. I thought only 2. Okay, I'm wrong. Okay, for some reason I thought only 2 was 11.
Yeah. It's
either way. I've heard one.
It's right there. I can grab it if you really want. But
ones are gone finally around here, but 2s, I know probably a half a dozen stores I can walk in and buy 2s.
I keep finding 2s
for like the 180 or so they went for
170. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I paid 170. I think it's worth it to have. We were talking Kentucky Owl Batch 2 rye. The only negative is you're gonna have to physically suck the cork out or something.
Yeah. Mine came out decently, and I just opened it recently. But I get what you're saying. I've had.
I opened mine in the store to pour for people, and thankfully the store owner had a like a wine thing, like sealer, and she gave it to me. He's like, I was like, and I mean, I'm telling you, that thing was dry rotted like I've never seen.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you can look through the glass on batch 2s. It was just bad corks. You can look through the glass and see the cracks in the cork.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, they got a bad batch of corks. I mean, it's just that simple.
That's true,
dude. I'm telling you, man. Looking at this freaking card after seeing like the new ones, like this is such an ugly design.
Well,
I mean, it's a gate, but it's just.
You're right.
Now the back looks fine. Now, if it wasn't like aged and all that, that's a cool looking back. But yeah, the gate did not. They should have gone with like a brown or something and just said, "All right, we're gonna change the motif a little bit." They killed it with their new ones, though. Those are badass cards.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the other thing I have with this one is, I mean, again, I at 5 years, Wisconsin, incredible. $90.
We're talking 2022, 23, $90, not 2016, $90.
I get it, but like we just talked about Russell's, how that's gotten too expensive. But man, I'd rather have a Russell's.
Fair.
Spirit, I think it's a better whiskey. Well, $70. So, and maybe I'm just biased, but I feel like craft has to sell for a minimum price for them to break even, right? They can't.
Right. You're paying a craft tax.
Yeah, but I feel like this one's trying to get a little too much craft tax out of it. Like I feel like there should be $70.
Much craft tax.
Well, that's the special release though. So that's
well, the regular like 55.
The regulars, like 50, 55.
70, 75 here, $20, so about a 40% markup. That to me seems fair. This is almost doubling it. That's where I'm a little shaky. The other thing is Sealbox told me I was getting batch 1. This is batch 2. I don't really care, but I am a little surprised that they didn't update that because they seem pretty good about disclosing.
Well, I don't think Nancy Fraley's doing their regular shelfer stuff. I know. So you're paying for Nancy Fraley on those. You're paying for the additional barreling and probably the extra aging on those. Mm-hmm. So there's a couple extra things that are got to get costed out on that release.
No. Well, I mean, again, I'm saying 40% increase it would be a very fair. I think with 85% markup's a little much.
Okay.
I mean, I'm splitting hairs here, but the reality is when you're buying as many bottles of whiskey as we are, those little split hairs start adding up real fast.
Yes, they do. Yeah,
and what I'm drinking right here, I'm just...
And you know what? That might be the reason that one's not on my shelf.
You know what I mean? Cheech raved about his crack, so I was excited. And I get why he enjoyed it. It is unique and different. It's a good whiskey. Just wish I didn't buy 2. I'm not even upset about the 90 for the 1.
Yeah. But I mean, that's it. After you have things, you do go ahead and it's like, you kind of like think that.
Well, let's be real.
What is the price that I love this at?
This bottle would be up here if I didn't have 2. I have 2, so I'm just drinking it because it's like, I have another one, so. I'm going to kill this bottle as a.
So, guys,
sipper.
What's the plan?
I've sent Chris a text. I got no response. Does anybody else?
I texted him too. Nothing. So, what's the plan here? I got to go to bed. It's 2:30 in the morning.
Well, then we can just all sign off, and whatever happens, happens.
I mean, you guys are welcome to stay and all, but I gotta.
Yeah, I mean, I'm good for now. I'm not heading to bed right away, but yeah, I'm with you. At some point, we have to go to bed, and Chris isn't here.
If I go to bed 2 hours from now, it's still probably going to be the earliest I've gone to sleep this week, and I'm trying to get out of this habit. This is what happens when I'm not working. I get into really offset
sleep habits. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, in my head right now, I'm drinking some whiskey. I'm probably going to go for another hour at least. So,
I mean, I'll stick around for a little. I still got some more.
Yeah, I mean, if you guys
So,
are going to bed, go to bed. I will be.
if you want to roll, Ben, we will.
I mean, I don't want to, but I need to.
Hey, man,
We get it.
Not going to judge it. I get it, man. Yeah.
Well, yeah, I got to go to a party at noon for a kid and stuff. So.
Oh, see, I can get out of bed at noon, and it's not going to make a difference. In
Yeah, no, not tomorrow. Not tomorrow. I unfortunately get.
Yeah, I have nothing for tomorrow, so I could literally just basically skip tomorrow. There's not even basketball tomorrow, so I have no plans. So.
Right, because you look like such a basketball player.
I like watching it. Doesn't mean I play.
Really?
I drink whiskey. Doesn't mean I make it.
I stopped watching basketball when they came out with neck tattoos.
If I could get back under 200 pounds, I could play. Otherwise, I could be out there for about 3 minutes, and then I'll.
Yeah, I will. I don't think I will.
Breath.
I don't. Maybe in my 70s I'll get under 200 pounds. I don't. 200, 210 is really my ideal weight. I'd like to get back to that.
I'd be happy if I got back to 210. I'd be ecstatic if I got at or under 200.
220, honestly, I would be ecstatic at. 225. I last time I was 225, which was like back during COVID, early COVID. I felt great.
You guys are talking about like mythical numbers.
Yeah, right now I'm probably 260. So
yeah, that's cute.
I don't like it.
I have now started stabbing myself in the gut. So.
No,
so I had an interesting conversation earlier. Get your guys' thoughts. Obviously, we live in a world where tattoos are becoming more and more prevalent, and they're becoming more common. I think I saw something like Gen Z, almost 70% of those who are old enough to have tattoos have them. And I don't judge or care about if somebody has a tattoo. But when I see, like, for example, a police officer, and I know Bobby from my whiskey has put some sleeves on and all that. Of course, he's not a day-to-day cop either. But if you see, like, a traffic cop, somebody who is constantly in the public eye, sometimes it's some risk, and also it's going to be expected to go to court wearing a police officer uniform. Mm-hmm. When they have exposed tattoos, now again, as a rational, reasonable person, that shouldn't matter. Humans are not rational, reasonable people. We have our lizard brain. You see an oddity or a deformity on somebody, and you start judging them. It's not a conscious thing. It's an unconscious bias.
A rational person would not have this many bottles of.
True. Exactly. Again.
So pick where you're rational.
Well, my point is, we also all know this stuff. Like, if you bring somebody downstairs to see your whiskey collection, they're going to go, what the fuck? And you're really hoping they don't know what an old Carter and a 4-gate costs, because there's a shit ton of them there. And it's comical, it's stupid, and you're a moron for doing it. And we've all done it.
Yeah.
But again, like, I know if I bring somebody over and show them my whiskey, they're going to go, wow. And then at the same time go, alcoholic, spendaholic, this guy's got problems. Like, and they, to some degree, they should.
Yeah.
I wouldn't. It's tough to argue with someone that would, come to that conclusion. Although I'd say, if I really had a drinking problem, there'd be a lot more empty bottles.
Well, but again, my point is, even if they're probably going to rationalize and say the same thing in their head, but at the same time they're thinking, like, there's that back of your mind where you're like, something ain't right. And so, and that's the same thing I think you get with, again, visible tattoos.
Yeah.
And I'm talking like full sleeve here. I'm not talking like, oh, I noticed he's got like something like slipping down below his sleeve.
Right.
I'm talking like he's got a full sleeve where there's a lot of exposed tattoo.
It's
like, and so I also
talk about the risk, if not on the hand.
Yeah, when you get to the hand, it's even getting worse. But it's like, people are going to see that and they're going to think potentially less intelligent. They're going to think potentially less likely to make good decisions. They're probably going to think you're more aggressive. They might think you're more intimidating. Now, some of that's good, being intimidating as an officer. But again, if you're in court and it's your word against theirs, that's not a good thing. And I see that and I'm like, So anyway, what are your thoughts? I'd be interested to hear what other people think.
I mean, it does kind of go based on age, or at least when I look at it, because if I see somebody like in their 20s and they're all tatted up, it's like, okay, well, that's, I get that they're coming out of a time where that's something completely different than somebody my age, mid 50s, that's all tatted up. That's, there's more, to me, I think there's more of a separation as you get older of people that have no tattoos, one, maybe two tattoos, and a bleep ton of tattoos. Whereas, if you see somebody in their 20s, maybe even early 30s, they're, it's, there's been the culture shift there. So I'll probably give more leeway to a younger person with a lot more tattoos in terms of judging the characteristics you were talking about.
I'm talking about, but you're talking about your rational, conscious mind. I'm talking about your unconscious bias.
Well, maybe I'm the wrong person to talk about it, because I've got a very objective, math-oriented brain. That is.
Well, I mean, so do I. I assume Ben does. I mean, I'm going to say Blake, who's sitting on here, we probably all do. But we're also aware that, one, unconscious bias is a real thing.
Oh yeah.
Oh no, personally, I don't understand body modification. I feel everybody has a right to it, but I still
I agree there. I
personally feel it's a mental defect.
Yeah, well, but also, like, if you talk about rational, like, I did my whiskey channel with Mike. Mike is tatted up. What you don't
say is that
the thing is, what you don't see on our channel is Mike.
My personal feeling that is on it is it's deforming your body.
I mean, and I've considered it a couple of times.
I feel anyone has the right to do whatever the fuck they want with their own body.
Right. And I've considered it myself, but every time I think about doing it, I think about, well, 10, 15 years down the road, is whatever I'm thinking of putting on my body something I'm still going to care about that far into the future?
Okay, let me give you a better thing, right?
Well, I have no tattoos, so
let's say you love panda bears, okay, and you want to get a panda bear on you.
I mean, I do love panda bears.
Yeah.
But my thing is I would rather have a beautiful piece of art on a wall that I can look at of a panda bear than on one that might be tatted on my ass that I could look at of a panda bear.
Well, but the thing is, like,
you got a panda bear.
I just want to double check. So Mike has a tattoo that does go down to about here on his arm. Thing is, he puts on a dress shirt, it's covered.
Right.
If he's going to go golfing with somebody who's a little more conservative, he wears one of the old school polos that goes down to his elbow. It's covered. Yeah. Maybe he sees it when he swings, but it's pretty much covered. When you have a sleeve that goes down literally through to your forearm, that's on display. And I guess my point is, I know there's a demographic of people who are going to judge it, like, logically. I also know that there is implicit bias that every single human being has. We judge people as soon as we see them instantly. We determine if somebody is a viable mate within 5 seconds of seeing them. Like we literally are filtering out 90% of people within 5 seconds. It's like they're gone. Yes. So knowing that, well, we're gonna do the same thing with anything like that, like a deformity on your body, which has been explained it. And I mean, you think lizard brain, right? Well, if you're a child, you see somebody missing an arm, that dude's got problems. He ain't long for this life. Same thing. If you see scars, like, oh man, this guy's been rough situations. This is not royalty. This is not somebody who's doing well. Now the difference is a tattoo is an expensive thing that somebody's brandished themselves with, but your lizard brain doesn't understand that a tattoo is an expensive thing. They just see a deformity, and you're like, what's wrong with this guy? And while, again, we all can pause, stop, think through, and it's all good, that initial reaction is always going to be there. Just like if I swing at you and you've never been punched, you still flinch.
Yeah.
You don't know that a punch hurts, but something's coming at your face and you just jump. Because that's it's our lizard brain.
It's just reflex. And just I teach at a 2-year college, and a lot of times the expense of school, the textbook, the other stuff that people need to get, sometimes people aren't getting them. They've got to wait for like the next paycheck or two to come in before they can go ahead and get that. And if you're talking about where, those, kind of that initial bias or those thoughts kind of creep in, it's like when I've got somebody telling me that, they're having trouble like affording that, what they need for college. And I see tattoos on them. It's like, okay, well, apparently you had money for that. That's where it can creep in. It's like, okay, in terms of judgment and prioritizing things, if money's an issue, is that something, is that a place where you really want to go ahead and apportion resources that are quite limited?
Well, again, imagine you're at you're a juror on a trial, right? And you have witnesses, all this other stuff, and you're sitting there, and you're just like, I just have this gut feeling, and you're frustrated. You're kind of mad at yourself because you're like, hey, I'm a rational guy. My gut feeling is this is what happened. Well, what went into that gut feeling? And likely some of those implicit biases with the people there probably gave you a different message than your rational brain got, and they're now conflicted, and you're just sort of like, all this evidence, here's where we're at. I'm not sure, but my gut says this. And that happens constantly.
So speaking of that, I was my last time on jury duty. I don't think it was anything tattoo related, but there was just, in the discussions, it's like, it was like a, domestic assault type of case. And it's just like, are there some things that may have went down? Probably. But then when you go back to, what proof have we actually witnessed? What have we seen there? It's like, it's like, okay, I know everyone might feel that this might have happened or this could have happened, but what evidence did we actually get that signs off on that? Mm-hmm. And again, I don't know if I mean, when I say math background, I mean, I have a couple degrees in math. This is what I teach and do for a living. In doing that, that I never really escape having kind of having that thought.
You want the mathematical proof
pushing through there, so I can.
Or you're going back to like logic, which is sort of its own version of math.
Right. Yeah. So and that's why I said I might be the wrong person to have this.
I'm a finance guy, just for disclosure. Yeah. I mean, literally all I do every day is numbers. I present data and numbers to people,
right,
to tell stories, and my goal is to influence people through math.
Right, but
you're doing higher level stuff, but it's still the same.
Right, but you understand. You understand. It's like what you think is the case or feel may be the case is completely different from what can you prove. And at the end of the day, that you have to make a case that is backed up with fact over feeling.
Yeah. So, but it's at the same time though, you have an eyewitness and they tell you something happened. You have to trust that eyewitness.
Well, you have to decide whether or not you are trusting that eyewitness.
Well, my point is, if you are to accept what's being told to you, I guess that's a better way to say it, then you have to trust the eyewitness, and what's going to lead you to trusting the eyewitness? Well, that's where you get into where the subjectivity starts.
And are you judging what you're seeing in front of you? Although anytime that the 3 times I've been on jury duty, everybody had their Sunday finest on when
they
were coming to court.
Usually police officers dress in their
uniform because they're more credible with their uniform on.
Which oddly enough has short sleeves. Does not.
Yeah, but
they're not wearing jackets.
Yeah.
Which means that they're the only person there who the sleeve would be exposed to.
Yeah.
Again, goes back to kind of my point. If you're a lawyer, you could actually be fully tatted up.
Right.
No one's going to see it when you're in a suit.
Yeah.
And that's, again, why I point out that I think, and, it's funny that, unfortunately, if you go Google, like, for example, what IQ is needed to do this, that, or the other, right? And, like, say an accountant, they're probably going to tell you, you're going to be an exceptional accountant with an IQ of like 120. If you're going to be a math professor, it's probably 135 or something. I don't know that number off the top of my head, but my guess is it's going to be a little higher.
Allegedly, we're intelligent, but
Well,
I've met some people that have made me question that, but anyway.
Well, IQ sometimes.
I know plenty of people with advanced degrees that I don't think are really all that bright, but anyway.
Well, there's more to being intelligent than IQ, I guess, is where I was going there.
Yes.
There's fine lines. Like I've met people who had photographic memories and could just recite and repeat anything. I was not super impressed with their ability to communicate that information, which I think is more important.
Or process. And in our telephones, we have pretty much the extent of world's knowledge available at our fingertips.
Mm-hmm.
Our ability to process that, integrate that into an argument, do things with that.
Mm-hmm.
So why it would be convenient to have a photographic memory where you have that instant recall. But if you can't really apply and integrate that,
well,
then
so IQ is supposed to measure in its optimal form, and I could be slightly misstating this. I'm not an expert, and I don't have a great memory. But it's generally, IQ is sort of the speed with which you can solve a problem.
Recognize patterns. Yeah.
So like with an IQ test will sometimes give you like things, memorize this list of gibberish and be able to recite it. They'll use that, but then they'll also use that concept within how to apply to other things.
Or you're seeing some shapes. What's the next in the sequence?
Yeah. I think, I mean, in my estimation, the pattern recognition stuff's more important, but I have taken IQ tests that did have a memorization section.
Yeah.
I'm not an expert on what is better. I will say this in my experience, you do need a level of memorization to function.
Oh yeah.
But at the end of the day, the more difficult the job, the more important it is for the person to do the pattern recognition. The less important the job, the more important it is for memorization. And then there's management, where all of a sudden it flips again, and memorization is way more important because, quite frankly, you don't really got to do much as a manager, but you better know what you said last time and what the rules were, because you're enforcing policy more than actually doing work.
Yeah. But no, I mean, you have to remember enough to be able to do things in real time. Think about a surgeon doing an operation. Could they go back and read through everything that they have to do?
No.
In real time, that's not something that's practical. There's certain things that have to be overlearned. They have to be committed to memory.
Yes.
And so and that helps with, when you get into contingencies, when it hits the fan. Are you still good to keep going, without having to go, okay, well, now what do we do now? It's like, oh, okay, no.
And you need to have that level of, like, here's the new information I've just learned in the last 20 minutes.
Yeah.
And it's big. And now I need to be able to keep all that in my head and then act on it.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, that's kind of the whole thing. It's an interesting concept, but at the end of the day, people excel in different areas in that, so they could be extreme here, weak there.
Right.
And that can lead to your people who come off a lot dumber than they are because they struggle in certain areas, but they are just so exceptional elsewhere that, all right, yep, they kill it.
Yeah. Well, I'm not going to win any awards for my small talk or things of that nature. That is not where my strengths are at. But again, in terms of what impressions that gives people is I've been at places where, because I don't, because I'm not a smooth talker as some other people are, I end up getting underestimated on things, and that ultimately that
implicit bias.
Oh yeah, but ultimately that can play to my advantage, because that is, anytime you're underestimated, that gives you a chance to leverage that against those that are, not working in your favor.
Yeah. Well, and having met you, it wouldn't have shocked me if you were a math professor, as you've cited, or you were the slow kid with a rich dad. We've not really discussed anything where I was judging you there. And obviously in the whiskey world, I tend to come away with the expectation going in that I'm dealing with above average intelligence people. I'm dealing with above average income people. Not because that the entire community is that, but this is a hobby that requires means. Because, well, you can't buy what you have behind you without means. Doesn't happen. And so, again, implicit bias. I know going in, I'm meeting somebody doing whiskey. If you're not a smooth talker, I'm going to go, maybe this engineer math guy. Not unusual.
So there's the classic joke of, how do you know you're talking to an extroverted mathematician?
He looks at your shoes.
He looks at your shoes when he talks to you.
Not his shoes.
Yes.
We have the exact same joke in accounting. It's just we flipped it. Yeah. I tell you what, I've known. I worked with this guy, really intelligent guy, and we actually got really talking. And I found out that he actually had a bachelor's in math and accounting. Went into accounting. He was in his mid 40s, making like $36,000 a year, doing like the most simple accounting job in the world.
And it's probably happy as all hell.
He was not upset about it. And the thing is, early in his career, he lost a job. And so for him, job security was all he cared about. Just never wanted to go through that again. And it's like, this dude could have been an actuary.
Yeah.
Could have been making $100,000 a year.
Mm-hmm.
And honestly, would have been a lower stress job. And it's just like, but and again, the shyness thing, I think, led that path.
Yeah. One of the things that really helped me is I had a period between my bachelor's and graduate work where I worked retail sales commission. You force yourself to learn how to talk with people when your paycheck depends on it. So even though I was in an area where that wasn't turning into any money of any significance whatsoever, the experience of that has paid dividends ever since. I can, because I am not inclined to start conversations with people I don't know. One of the nice things about teaching is
you have to.
Well, in teaching, it's my classroom. I dictate where we go with that. I'm running the show in that. But yeah, just when we get outside of that, about 6 years ago, one of my colleagues, our college didn't have an honors program, and we decided to go ahead and see about starting one in that. And what's nice is he is someone who is much better with the conversations and the schmoozing and all that. Not that he's a slouch in the planning in that, but he's 20 years younger than me. He hasn't gone through a lot of the experiences that I have yet, and didn't. When I first started working with him, he didn't. He always wanted to win the battle. And he didn't always see it. It's like, no, you want to win the war. So there's battles that you don't push to win because of what's the big picture, and that's something that he's grown hugely in the last 5 years. But any time that somebody needed to be the public speaker of the two of us, he's the one who did that because he was great in that role. We kind of figured out that, whatever, if it's an area of weakness for one, it's probably an area of strength for the other.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's absolutely. Cheers, prescription bourbon. Yeah, I know. I mean, when I was growing up, I was really, really, really shy. I mean, hell, it wasn't until I got out of college I ordered my first pizza over the phone.
My daughter that's that you met.
Yeah.
It's funny because she was into acting all through high school. She was majoring in theater when she first went into college. Throw her on the stage, amazing. Try to get her to call up a pizza place and order a pizza. You think you're asking her to run through fire.
It's totally different because when you're on the stage, you just black it all out and you're just talking.
But there's times where she's like, can we order? It's like, can we order this? Can we order that? It's like, yes, but you have to call and order it. Just force. Kind of just sort of force that.
Dude, I would literally stutter and like shake doing that. And I'm talking to somebody like I'm 6. Like I remember, like mom made me do that. Like when I was 16, I forgot. When I was 16, my mom made me do it, and I literally was shaking while I was talking to this person. And like, why?
I know why. In my head, what am I going to screw up? I know I'm going to screw something up. I'm gonna order something in the wrong order. I'm gonna make them mad. I'm gonna forget something. I'm gonna.
It honestly, it was for me. It was starting the conversation. Like even when I was a kid, I had to call like a friend, right?
Right.
I'd call, and 9 times out of 10, I would get their mom or dad, obviously, and I would just like freeze, and I'm like, "Hi, this is Dustin. Can I talk to Jared?" But like there was this like, and then of course I did have a few friends whose dads were they meant well, but they would critique my phone etiquette. And for somebody who's shy and struggling with this, and they never saw me as shy because like once I was with my friend, I'm comfortable, I know them,
right?
Chatting, and then their dads, well, we're in the context of I'm comfortable with my friends, so I'll chat. But on that phone, man, I am like doing this, like trying to like control myself, like I'm so nervous.
Yeah, I know. I know she is so thrilled that you can online order from places because if everything required a phone call.
Yeah, well, and women are allowed not to be good at that stuff. Men, we kind of get punished because you're never going to meet a girl if you aren't willing to talk to her. Whereas a girl doesn't have to do that. A guy's going to come chat with her.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things I try.
She's engaged, right?
She's married now.
Oh,
she got married back in October. Yeah.
Oh, okay, gotcha. I guess I saw them. I didn't realize they were married. I just assumed they were dating. Okay, anyway, point being is she wouldn't be there, I would guess, if not for the fact that men talk first.
Yeah, I mean, with both my girls, I try to get them to not be afraid to try things, and just and again, kind of going back to things that I've, things that took me till I was in my 30s and 40s to be able to do more comfortably. I didn't, I wanted them to be able to do when they were in their teens, put them in a better spot than I was at the same point, and in a lot of respects, success. But yeah, it's not necessarily going to be easy. It's not going to necessarily be comfortable. Just kind of plot it out, move forward. Nobody knows what the hell they're doing. That's the big secret that I learned when I grew up, is everybody is faking it till they make it, and I'm not sure how many people ever really make it.
When you start getting into senior management level people, that's when you start getting people who are no longer faking it. That's a very small percentage of the population.
Well, maybe
I was very clear with my wording.
Yes.
Starting.
Yes. And I'm trying to think of my particular.
I was being very, very precise with that word.
Yes. And I appreciate the precision of language. That was another thing that one of the reasons I went into math, besides the fact that I seem to have a talent for it, is I hated writing. And the further that I went into
finance,
the further that I went into it, and then as I moved into administrative positions, there is no hiding from anything. I ended up into a position where all I did was write things. But one of the things I figured out going far enough in math is, talk about pattern recognition. All of the things that we write are basically, we're filling in templates. And as soon as you understand that, as soon as you see what the form is and that you're just sort of filling in the gaps, writing got a lot easier for me.
Well, have you noticed, like with Outlook now, it starts pre-filling your sentences because
Oh,
Essentially,
yeah.
AI understands.
Yeah.
And as AI gets better, it's just going to get better at doing that because, again, to your point, writing is to a large degree pattern.
And that's like, back before there was 8,000 channels on TV, when you're basically like watching networks in the evening, you get to the point with so many sitcoms of like, not only am I going to tell you what's going to happen next, I'm going, it's like, I'm going to pretty much give you the script that's, I'm going to tell you what they're going to say before they say it. Because God, even though this is the first time I'm watching this show, I've seen this show dozens of times before.
Absolutely. Yeah.
And that's why several of my family members don't like watching TV with me. Also, I've learned to not do that. My filter on those things have gotten better.
I would definitely recommend avoiding that. But yeah, I mean, I actually did a lot of things similar to what you're talking about. Like my first job out of school, I graduated 2008. So the economy hadn't died yet, but the banking world was in turmoil. And, well, I had no experience and was in a small market with a finance degree. Shockingly, there weren't a lot of jobs. So I took a job as a teller. Also, by the way, Blake says Rory's awesome.
Yeah, I just zoomed out and saw that. Yes,
I did want to second. Your daughter is awesome.
She is integrated to a savage sense of humor.
I like her husband, but she is definitely the she is the more entertaining, more fun to talk to of the two.
Yes, there's. Yeah,
and that's not a negative on him at all. It's just
no.
She is the person I want to hear what she has to say because also she's working in the whiskey world, so that kind of gives her an obvious leg up.
And she is unafraid to give opinion.
Yes. He's a little
more diplomatic.
Yeah, a little shyer.
Yeah.
Nothing wrong with that by any means, as we were just talking about our own China's issues.
Yes.
Yeah, but like, so first job out of school, I got a teller job. Dude, as a guy who was, 22 and had lost his hair pretty badly, the fact I couldn't wear a freaking hat was just like, oh my God. Like that alone was terrifying. And then on top of that, I had to sell stuff to people. That was not something I like. I like talking, admittedly, but I don't like pushing. I don't like initiating.
Right.
I don't like,
yes.
And I like to share my opinion. I don't like to try to. On some things, I might try to influence, but like in a professional setting,
yeah.
Because again, I also see like professional versus personal. Yeah, I'll tell you what I think about bourbon and tell you why you're wrong. I'm not going to tell you why you should spend your money on something. That to me is just like a whole different thing.
Yeah.
Suddenly I'm like trying to, hey, can I talk you into doing this?
Yeah. When I was in what I call my summer job gone awry, when I got in, it was men's tailored clothing that I got into selling. And I got comfortable when I knew our stock inside and out, when I knew, differences between the labels, the differences in the features, the fabrics. When I was comfortable, I really knew what I was talking about. I became a hell of a salesperson.
Yeah. Well, at that point, you're not selling; you're teaching, and you're hoping in the education will lead to that. Yeah.
But what I've found is, I can't be one of those BS salespeople, and I've seen no shortage of them, and
they're everywhere.
The detector goes off immediately on those because there's there's two different philosophies in sales. Is there's those type of people that will try to maximize every sale they do, and short-sighted, they may never see these people again because they're so frustrated and annoyed with their experience, even if that initial sale was successful. And then there's other ones that try to build the long-term customer, and that's what I've did. I've told people not to buy things before. I actually handed over a customer because they want the suit that they loved was an athletic cut suit, and that was the antithesis of the body they were trying to put it on. And it's like it's like, okay, I work commission and I'm telling you not to buy this. I'm telling you that it won't. I know you love the suit. It will never look right on you. And when they kept insisting, it's like, you know what? I'm turning you over to the manager because I don't want to take responsibility when they try to alter this and you're never happy with it and you demand a refund. I don't want that coming back on me. I will walk away from that sale. What was fun at another shop, the main salesperson manager, who had just a phenomenal eye for fashion. She had a customer that wanted to put something together that looked hideous. It did not look good. And, she, kept going round and round with them. And finally she says, you know what? I'll sell it to you on one condition. You don't tell a single fucking person where you bought this from, because none of my customers walk out this door looking like that. So as long as you promise not to tell anyone you bought it here, I will sell you that outfit. And that was pretty funny. But I mean, but I get that.
Yeah, I'm always really adverse to people selling stuff. I will say, I worked with this one guy when buying suits, and I honestly think he might be homeless now. I see him looking rough these days. The store's out of business, and I see him like occasionally, like at some coffee places. Oh, giving these the coffee places, maybe he's retired and has some money, but he looks rough. Anyway, I'll never forget, because I've got my build and everything, like in the way I dress, I'm a tough person to size. And I've had salespeople constantly who struggle to like that. And I'm like, no, I'm actually this. And they're like, no way. And then I'll put it on. I'm like, well, it fits. And I walked in, he looks at me and he goes, all right, we got some work to do. He was like, all right. So he goes, so we're going to need suit. So what are you looking for? I was like, I'm suit. He goes, all right. So he looks at me and he goes, looks at me like 3 seconds. He goes, all right. So we got to do suit separates. He goes, yeah. He like instantly just like, boom, we're going to do separates here. And he's looking at me some more and he goes, boy. He goes, so I think what we're going to do is we're going to actually have to he goes, man, I think the best way to do this is your pants. We're going to have to do some serious tailoring. I mean, he's just like on it, like boom, boom, boom. Pulls the jacket, fits my shoulders perfectly. Step one, he goes, all right, what do you want to spend? And I'm like, I can go to this. And he goes, okay, cool. This jacket back. This is the more expensive jacket. He goes, it's a little bit more of a V taper. He goes, you're weird, man. You need a V taper on your jacket, but you kind of need fat pants. He goes, because you got some wide hips, you got a big butt, and he goes, I mean, those legs you got huge quads. And he goes, and you have but you don't have long legs. He's like, so we're gonna have to do a lot of work here on the pants. He goes, but the jacket actually
definitely need pleats.
Yeah, I definitely need pleats. Yeah, I cannot wear flat front.
Yeah,
not even possible.
I got pretty good at eyeing people for size and that.
And this was back when I was in better shape. And I remember at one point, a guy looks at me and he just goes, man, I wish I still had athletic suits here. He goes, because we don't got that. But I mean, the fact that he nailed that, the only thing he didn't nail was how freaking big a waist I needed to then cut. Because I think we measured, I was a 37 waist and I needed a 44 pant.
Okay.
To actually get everything to work right. After
right.
Brought it in. And I remember he was like, we don't need that big. And like, we got to doing it, and then it was like, and he goes, so you want that? You want a little bit looser feel? And I'm like, dude, this is uncomfortable. If not, and he goes, all right. He goes, we're going bigger. And I'll tell you what, though, I mean, like from like an off the rack suit, it's the most comfortable suit I ever got.
Yeah.
And he knew his stuff, and then he got me to a tailor, and hilarious black woman, and she just walks in and she starts looking at me and she goes, "Oh, honey." She goes, "Did you get that from your mama?" And I was like, "I get." And actually, my dad. She goes, "Ooh, I like your family." Just like, "Oh, this is inappropriate." She goes, "Because that is an ass." Just like, thanks. And that was back when I was like 220, and I was like, man, I was like, I am so obese, and I mean, I was jacked at the time, like but I definitely put on a little extra, a little padding there.
Yeah.
Like, and the thing that they were just both like dealing with is like, at one point she was just like, your legs are almost as big as your waist. Like, she's like, that's just not normal. And I looked at her and I said, I had a 31-inch waist not long ago. My legs were the same size, and she's just like, I don't even know how that would have worked.
Yeah.
I was like, yeah, actually, at one point, at my thickest, I had a 29-inch quad and a 31-inch waist.
Yeah, I don't know if you were doing bodybuilding in that, but
I was just doing powerlifting for fun. I wasn't really trying to get big. I just really
but the proportions that you end up with when you do that are not made for off the rack tailored clothing.
Well, then the problem is for me, I'm 6 foot, but I've got like a 29-inch inseam.
So just all torso and yeah.
Like, I actually remember I was sitting next to this guy, and this dude was like, I forget what he had some like, federal law thing. This is a bar, and you always are a little suspect, but this guy called out the height of like 6 people, nailed them. Looks at me and goes, 6'3", and I went, 6 foot on a good day, and he goes, and I mean, he like had nailed every person. He like,
right.
He's like, you have really short legs, don't you? And he looks down and he goes, yep, you do. And he goes, wow, you are very out of proportion.
Like,
and in fact, I've noticed that, like, so for like when the channel, if you've ever seen where it's me, Mike, and Keith. So Keith has his channel, Malted Man Cave, which he quit doing a few years ago. Long story. He might be coming back, though. Cross your fingers. He's 6'3". Mike is 6'1"-ish. Like I said, up 6 foot. When I had hair, I was legit 6 foot. Now I'm probably 5'11" and 3/4, but whatever.
NFL, you're 6'2", but anyway.
Exactly, yeah. Yeah, when I get put on cleats, right? But when when we all sit down for like dinner,
mm-hmm.
I look down on Keith and I look eye level with Mike. So Mike basically has like a couple inches on his legs on me, and I actually might even have a taller torso, but Mike has better posture. Keith looks like a little kid in comparison. Like, I'm literally looking like my shoulders are like above his, but he's like 3 inches taller than me. And, shockingly enough, guess which one of us modeled for Abercrombie?
Probably you.
No, it was definitely Keith.
Oh, okay.
No. And he also was a high school basketball player. I mean, like, all that crap. It's like, yeah. Apparently, that whole lanky long thing is like good for athletics and aesthetics.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, like, so anyway, we have veered from police tattoos to interpersonal. But yeah, so like, so it's funny is, so like I got that accounting job, and the job initially was designed. I was going to spend half my day scanning documents and labeling them in the system, and then half my day doing just basic entry level accounting. Person who was like kind of the senior left, took on her role. Next thing I know, I'm doing the thing I hate the most in life. I'm getting calls from our members. It was a credit union. And of course, I was only things no one ever wanted to talk about, like my credit card's not working, and I'm like trying to solve it, and I'm getting stories about how embarrassing it was at the store, and I'm like, I can't do anything about this. And then we, of course, had then
like, damn, it sucks to be you.
yeah. And then we had fraud alerts and stuff, and I'm just like, so then we would like cut off 500 cards because like, here's the numbers on how bad fraud is when it hits us.
Right.
Here's what our insurance is, and this. And my boss just like cut them all off, send them new cards, and I'm like, all right, cool. But like we like sent them all new cards and then cut them off like when they should have their cards. The problem was we fucked up the names and addresses and stuff on a ton of these because it was manually typed, and we did like literally all hands on deck, and it was like a terrible system that we were using to put this in. It wasn't like it copy and pasted like your membership information into the system. Right. No. And then so there I'm just sitting getting calls, and I'm just like, send you a new card. What am I gonna do until then? Come into the branch and get some cash out? I don't know, man.
Do you have another card you could use?
Yeah. and so when I finally when I was leaving there, I was like, all right, man, I've got to get away from this. I just want to get into like doing accounting and finance. I don't want this phone stuff. So I got a call back from this company, and they're like, hey, we want to talk to you. I got this idea. And he starts telling me about what I'd be doing. And it's like, you're going to be doing analysis on our loan portfolio. You're going to be building our monthly reporting. Boom, boom, boom. Also, you're going to be the person who then can speak to our clients on the reports. And I'm like, this is a really good opportunity. They're going to give me like 25% more income. Like, cool. We do it. And then, I spent 2 years there, and I'm like, I got to go away from these customers. And I kept pushing and pushing. And then I finally, they're like, all right, we can get you away from the customers. I'm like, yay. And then, well, now I've been away from that since then. But it was just all those years, I spent literally 6 straight years. I just want to get away from this. I just want to do accounting and finance.
Yeah, no, it's and then with me, it's just wanting to get away from writing and just I was fine with teaching. That again, it's a different dynamic when you're running a classroom versus dealing with the public or other things. But when I got into the administration side, it's writing proposals, writing memos, writing training things, going to meetings, presenting at meetings, talking, all these things I tried to get away from by going into math. Once you rise up to a certain level, you need the entire skill set, and anything that you tried to avoid, it's the people, it's I want to avoid all math and numbers, so I go into this field. It's yeah, but if you move up a ladder, you're going to get to the point where that my boss
eventually
was their PhD was in literature, and it's they're going through budgets and all sorts of they're constantly running number stuff, and I'm pretty sure that they were more than capable of doing that. I think it's a safe bet that they didn't miss taking a bunch of math classes once they got their one math class that they probably needed for their undergrad. They didn't miss it after that. But that's
probably,
yeah. But that's that's the wild thing, and of just also just some different people that have gotten. The one place I worked, the head of financial aid had a master's in English, and it's just. It's interesting where some people deviate off of, but it tends to.
I would.
If you're if you pick up those other skills, you can be successful in just about anything.
I have found that the most successful people generally leave their field, except the actual most successful people. So, like in your normal, everyday, real world, like the guy who gets to like 250K a year, probably odds are, he went into math, finance, whatever, ended up in sales, or he ended up in some kind of like large scale management role where it left that realm. Like he got into like he was managing a factory or something where, yeah, he's way up there and he's managing big people, but he's left that field. Or you were so successful in you're a mathematics professor, you're so successful, you're publishing papers and all this other stuff, and you've gone to the ultra extreme. But like, it seems like the successful, like if you're going to be the leader in your field, you stuck to your field, you stayed with it, you went all the way to the top. But there's so many extremely high paying jobs out there, probably 10 to 1, that are very high, that nobody gets a degree in that. You get a degree in something and then you move to that.
Right.
And, I look back at my career and I'm like, man, I could have deviated, got into management sooner. I'd be making more money, blah, blah, blah. But I was dogmatic and I must stay the course. I am a finance person. I am staying in finance. And I have done that. But I'm not sure it was the right decision.
Well, it can also be a personality thing too, where there's one of the things that just gets into my head is like one of the biggest fears I have is being wrong. I hate saying things that are wrong. I will choose silence and just admit it's like, hey, this isn't my area, this isn't my thing. Versus there's other people that it doesn't matter. They know everything about everything and they speak with all the confidence in the world. And that is actually a skill that puts them on those management paths to move up, because they're not held they're not held back by facts and the fact that they're ignorant on a subject. That is not an impediment to them.
Yeah. Well, one of the things, like one of the primary drivers to being successful financially is your level of being disagreeable. It's also the number one reason why a successful man is not going to be attracted to a successful woman, because men generally do not like disagreeable women. It's also, when you adjust for all of the bullshit, it's the number one driver of why men do make slightly more than women in the same jobs. So disagreeability is like this thing we find very valuable because it leads to being in leadership roles. It's also a thing that like I hear about so often, is like this weird, confusing thing, because it causes all kinds of weird gender conflicts. And it's kind of funny because you always end up somehow getting back to that concept when you're talking about careers. Like, if you want to teach somebody how to be successful in financial ways, being disagreeable while being competent, super important. For a guy, being disagreeable and competent is super valuable just all throughout life. Women, unfortunately, have to like learn how to turn that on and off, which is not easy to do if they want to be successful in personal and career life. It's a weird thing. Anyway, side note.
Well, are you saying this in the form of like, if you're constantly agreeable, then you're never differentiating yourself from the rest?
Well,
or
I don't know if it's that. Well, I mean, like, for example, being a woman who's very agreeable in a personal relationship with I don't want to use the word alpha male because I hate that, but like with a masculine male who's usually going to be more successful and thus more desirable for women, that's a very good thing, because somebody who's a very like let's say type A personality guy who's successful, he probably wants to get home and not have to.
The competition's over for the day.
Yeah. Like he wants an agreeable wife. That doesn't mean like she doesn't have opinions. It's just she offers her opinion, he offers his. But if he says, look, here's what we're doing this, that's the decision. And women generally are more willing to take on that role just naturally than men. Again, it's a feminine trait to be agreeable. Disagreeable is more of a masculine trait. Just like, again, women are more like nurturing with kids, or in general, they're more nurturing, whereas men are, more aggressive. I mean, it's just our differences.
Yeah.
And again, this is in general, everybody's an individual. They're all different.
Right. Yes.
Let's not start getting into that. There can't be blah, blah, blah. Of course, everybody's different.
Yes.
But on average, and so that is one of the things, like when they look at, like, again, the pay gap, the number one reason for the pay gap, of course, is, well, career field choice. I mean, that's kind of obvious, I would think. Men dominate.
Anyone looking at it logically, I think, would realize that. But
well, the whole 80 cents on the dollar is just the dumbest thing I've ever heard. I mean, I'm a manager. My boss is a woman. Before some changes happened, her boss was a man, and then his boss was a woman. At that point, we're pretty much into like $250,000 plus, like ultra wealthy salaries here. Don't give me this whole like women are making like I'm not making more than my boss. And if my boss was making 80 cents on a dollar for a man, let me tell you, our wage gap's not that big. And her boss's wage gap between us is not that big.
Well, there'd either be a lot more lawsuits if that was just sitting out there, in places, or B,
because it's also illegal, by the way.
Right. Or B, and this is an argument I've heard many times over, all the smart businesses would be hiring nothing but females because they could cut their costs by 20%. Or their labor costs by 20%.
I mean, again, if you legitimately believe a company is hiring your upper middle class employees at that big a wage gap, you're a moron. And by the way, there's a minimum wage. We can't, on the low end, we can't differentiate.
Right.
You get the minimum. There's no gap.
Yeah.
And I mean, you really think let's say I'm going to pull out a calculator here because it's late and I want to make sure I'm very precise in this. A $50,000 a year person, 80% of that's $40,000. That's really simple math. I just wanted to make damn sure I got it right. Do you think we're really paying a $10,000 difference for men and women for the same job? Like, come on.
Not bloody likely.
Like, I have. I mean, and mind you, I've been a part of like bad salary gaps in employees, and you know what the number one driver of that is? Internal promotion versus external hire. That creates big gaps in pay wages, not gender.
That they got to bring in somebody new at a higher rate, and somebody who's been there forever is creeping along.
Unfortunately, that is the case. It's very hard to get HR to approve substantial pay increases when you move around. Whereas, if you move around constantly, yes.
Yeah, I have seen that several times over, and it's just like
I literally.
Yeah, I've seen all these people that are like every 2-3 years they zoom, and just onto the bigger, better thing, and it's like the thing with that, if you're there for 2 years, by the time everything that you're implementing, your changes and your big signature project come into swing, it hasn't had time to play out to its likely eventual, inevitable failure in most of the cases I've seen. So it gets the initial bump. They use that to sell themselves to the next job. And then when it inevitably crashes, it's like, well, it was fine when I was there, and it must have been the people that ran it after I left weren't capable of it. It's like, no, it was a bad idea that was set up to have only short-term success.
Mm.
And
I'll never forget. So this is my second job out of college. I'm at this startup, and we are going through a rough time, and we fire about 25% of the staff. And so the CEO came down from New York to Cincinnati, and he meets with all of the people we're keeping. And he literally walks by and he goes, "Hey, Dustin," brings me in a conference room, just one-on-one with two of us, and we start talking. And at one point, he just goes, "So, I've heard you're not happy with your salary." And I'm like, "Lovely." I didn't bring this up to the CEO. Other people brought this up, and now I'm having this conversation. And
right.
I was like, and so, I was like, well, I don't think I'm at, the market rate. And he goes, well, a big part of being there is to make sure you got hired at the right rate. And I just kind of was like, hey, look, you're right. There was nothing I could do about that. This was a good move forward for me, but I didn't know I was going to come in here and start working 90 hours a week. But there's that much work to do, and I love doing it. I think I should be compensated for that. And he's like, "So what did we start you at?" And I was like, "Hey, he started me like 42." And he goes, "Where are you at now?" And I was like, 52. And he goes, and he just kind of stops and he goes, and I'd been there for like less than 2 years. And he pauses, but it was like it had been like at least two. No, there'd been three. It was just over 2 years, and there'd been more than two. There'd been 3 pay cycles.
Yeah.
At that point, because I started mid-year, and he kind of paused and he goes, "Thought we'd done better for you then." And he kind of paused and he's like, "Yeah." And so about 3 days later, and then he goes, "So what's the market for you?" And I'm like, "Man, I don't even want to say this, but I'm like, because I'm making 52 or something, 52, 55, something like that." And I'm like, market's probably about 75. Like if I want to leave, I could get 75 pretty easily. And he just has this look like, you were basically asking for a 50% raise. Like after I just fired a quarter of the staff. And I'm like, I'm not asking for anything. You asked me the questions, man.
So if I leave and you have to hire somebody, what are you paying them? But sorry,
yeah, exactly, absolutely. And so I'm like, I've talked to this guy like 3 times, like in person, ever. And we talked on some like video calls and stuff. Like I actually knew the CEO better than most people know their CEO. I was in a very high profile role, which again, the fact that I made 50-something thousand and was in a role where I was in a room with the CEO having a one-on-one already probably indicates there's an issue. I should point out this guy prior to this role was the CEO, or was the president of Ameritrade. He was the chief operating officer of DealerTrack, which is a multi-billion-dollar tech startup that he was part of the founding. Before that, he was a chief technology officer for Citibank. He was one of the guys who actually launched ATMs.
Okay.
Very, very successful guy. Again, not normal that somebody making 50,000 is in a room with him.
Yeah, he's been around several blocks.
Yeah. I mean, he's an older guy too. I mean, he's like a 5'7" old Italian guy, like in his 60s, with the most perfect hairline you've ever seen on a man, and he's 60, and it's just like, this doesn't make sense. So anyway, we're in there, we're having the conversation, and I'm like, and I heard out later from our controller, she was like, Vince was so pissed when you gave that number. And I looked at her and I said, was I wrong? And she goes, nope.
And that's why
she goes, and I was like, I heard from like 3 other people. He's like, Vince was so angry. So I get a call like 3 days later. Hey, we're bumping your salary to 65. We're doubling your stock options. And you're going to get a review every 6 months instead of every year for a pay raise. And we're going to do that until you get to where you should be. I left the company 2 weeks later. And did take a $2,000 a year pay cut. Now that I say that, I actually got a bonus with the new company. Plus I got some others like 401k matching. The company didn't have 401k matching at stock, which, well, I'll tell you this. I bought my stock when I left that I vested. Still haven't been paid on it. So, I don't know that I really count that. So the new company basically gave me about 80,000 in compensation total, versus 65 there. Really, but the actual total like paycheck did go down a little bit.
Yeah,
mind you, the paycheck I got for 2 weeks. But so it goes into again being disagreeable. That's what led to me literally getting a 50% pay increase, and at that point in my career. And, if somebody else is not willing to make those comments, they're not going to get that.
Yeah.
And let me tell you, that CEO, I mean, most people in that room would have backed down to the CEO because I wanted to shit myself. Like that, I'm telling you, man, it's a little guy and he had scared the fuck out of me.
Yeah. Oh, well, people that get to that level, they have a presence that's irrespective of their height.
I tell you what, I've been around some fairly impressive people after that. No one at that level, but still impressive people. And I mean, man, that dude, he had an intensity, man. That Italian fire. And at the same time, he's a really nice guy in a lot of ways. He's just not willing. He's also willing to be a dick, like if it's in his interest. But yeah, I mean, so that's kind of, the disagreeability thing. Like that made a substantial difference in my, long-term pay.
Yeah.
Was, because I was able to use that pay increase to leverage the new job that I was like I'd already started the conversation with. I honestly didn't think I was going to get hired. So I thought I was just kind of interviewing for fun. And then they're like, we want you. So about that.
Yeah.
And at the same time, I mean, if you look at it, again, men dominate the STEMs field. That's by choice. Women are more than capable of getting into that field. They don't want to.
I've met no shortage of women that I will readily admit are more talented, brighter than I am. So, yeah.
I'll tell you this flat out, man. I've worked in a little bit of IT. I'd rather hire women. For the most technical, most challenging, the highest paid IT jobs, I would generally, my experience has been men are better. But for the jobs that are customer facing, that involve like learning softer skills and then also being able to like understand the business, women just dominate men in that area. Like, yeah, you're super nerdy coders who are like the highest level coding guys. Those are generally dudes.
Oh yeah, and they can get lost in themselves, and and I mean, even one of the times when I talk, well, when I talk with Chris, and because he deals with it, there's to be able to hate to use this word, to be able to decode or what they want versus what they're actually telling you, to understand what they actually mean. And if you get these people that are just complete nerd, lost in themselves coders, they tend to be very literal. They will give you exactly what you asked for, not what you wanted, what you asked for. And that's
I worked with one guy who he was actually he was good. I mean, he was brilliant. He was super senior level. It was so hard to get him to accept doing anything but the best work possible. And sometimes it was like, I just need this to fucking work, dude. I need it tomorrow. And 85% is good. He couldn't do it. And the funny thing was, he was the only person I've ever worked with where the two of us couldn't have a civil conversation in public. Because I'm a fairly loud guy when I get excited. And he's a loud guy no matter what. And so when we would have a conversation, we would be screaming at each other. And actually in like a very civil way. Like we were not angry. Right. And I actually remember like I walked out of a conversation with him. And my boss and her boss both looked over and they were like, "Are you guys good?" And I was like, "What do you mean?" "Yeah, we had a good conversation."
That was a great conversation.
And they're like, "You guys were screaming at each other." And I was like, "Yeah, that's why we went outside." And I was like, "I don't know what it is, but like I can't use my inside voice with them." But
that's just totally how we talk. Yeah.
Like that was just how our communication worked. Yeah. But no, and I liked him. I also got I actually got him fired, which I feel bad about. It was not intentional, but I voiced a few issues with him to his new boss, and his new boss was like, "Yeah, he's gone."
Yeah,
but mind you, I guarantee he left and got a higher paying job a month later because dude is literally brilliant. And the funny thing was, a lot of the software engineers on the team were just like, "Man, I miss that guy." And I'm like, "The asshole." And they're like, "Dude, he was." They're like, "He was the leader, man. Like you just don't understand." And I was like, "No, I get it." I was like, "He's also that weirdo who was like sleeping on the floor like a month ago." And they're like, "Yeah, that was awkward." Like they all have standing desks. He decided to sleep in the walkway between. And I'm not even kidding. He was legit sleeping for like 30 minutes on the floor with everybody standing around him. It was hilarious.
Yeah.
But also, what the fuck?
Is it?
But again,
they operate in their own little world or own little alternate dimension. But when you say that they had to do something, they had to do it perfect. That this was one of the places I was at. I was working with English faculty. We were putting out articles that was sort of a joint project, and I learned so much about writing. It's like he was amazing in how quickly he could write things and develop stuff. And he's like, you have to get something on the paper because it's, you can't try to make your first draft the final product. And that's what I was doing for so long. And he's like, no, you just get something on the paper. It starts to take shape. It's always easier to edit than it is to create. So try to just open up the faucet on create. Don't worry about what flows out. fixing it is easier.
I have an assignment that was due today based on my timeline. I haven't even started, just because that exact same thing is I want it right the first time, and I'm just like, so I'm probably going to do it tomorrow and then just send off an email like, hey, by the way, let's schedule a meeting for Wednesday. But yeah, I'm the same way. Like I want it perfect, and so what I end up doing is just I knock it out quickly, half-assed. But it's not, because like I stressed for 3 weeks thinking about it.
It's been drafted in your head many times over. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like right now I'm trying basically to change the way where we're booking interest into our GLs, blah blah blah. Basically, all the stuff, so I was like, I wanted the whole thing done and perfect. And then I finally was just like, all right, look, I was told just to do these 3 things. I did them. Here you go. Okay, can you give me this? Yes. And I'm like, oh, that's a lot of work. All right, cool. What am I going to do? And then I'm just like stressing over, because I'm already in my head. I'm going, so here's the thing. Here's what I presented is going to 95% cover it. That 5% is so freaking noisy, though. And I'm just like, oh, and it's going to just ruin this whole process. And so I've been doing it in my head over and over again. And I have the excuse of like, well, I've got a team I'm managing. The reality is, though, I don't want to dig into it, because it's going to be so unpleasant for me to give an 85% accurate thing back and go, so here's the little issues that we got to clean up, but they're not part. Let's not talk about them in this conversation. It's like, oh, it hurts.
That's what you got to learn to delegate to your team. It's like, hey, I think we're here, and I think what the challenge is that I need your guys' help with.
Well, so
here's where the trouble area is.
All of the work leading up to this was my team, and I looked at their work, and I know that there's 85% missing. And the problem is, I've got a team member that I really know can knock this out. But the team member who's on this has to be the one who does it. And he's probably the smarter guy on the team. He's the less experienced, but he's probably the smarter guy.
Let's grab a water.
The problem with him is he just doesn't have the attention to the problem with him is he's not as smart as I am, and he doesn't have the attention to detail the other guy has. And the problem is, you need to be either as smart as I am or have his attention to detail. You can't. He's slightly better with attention to detail than I am. That's not good enough. Like, and it's tough because, like, dude, it's one of the things, like, I have all your weaknesses. The problem is you don't have my strength. And, like, I actually think you're smarter than the guy who's, like, my number 2 and, like, the guy I'm going to promote to management. I think you actually be a better manager. But, God damn, you just don't seem to, like, the problem is he doesn't get it yet. And, like, and part of it's that we hired him like 2 weeks before COVID. Like and so I'm realizing like we failed you as leadership and managers. I'm now going into the office once a month, trying to, do one-on-one training and really just one-on-one, like, let's work together so I can give you like in-person feedback, because I feel like it's just not worked. And the way we've done it, and it's just like, ugh. But it's like, and so like I see it, and I'm like, the other thing is, like, I don't know how to articulate the issues, and the problem is, like, the work I have to put in to put together why there's issues. Like, I can see it instantly. I look and I'm like,
it's almost easier to fix the issues than articulate them.
It's definitely easier. Well, it's easier to do that, yeah. But also, like, it's one of those things, like, sometimes you can see a problem like that, because it's, again, pattern recognition. I look at it and I go, nah, this isn't right. All right, why isn't it right? And how do I articulate it? Because he's not going to get it, because he thinks he did a great job here. And I'm like, and it's just like, I don't really know what the right way to say it, like, but I can see it. And it's like,
yeah,
like, and and this is a complex thing we're talking about. This is something that we spend 2 days a month, like, full 16 hours of work time gets put into this task every month, and we're trying to make it better because at year end it becomes a 4-day like hell for me, where we then sort of have to then build on my communication skills to lie my ass off to auditors if they have questions, which I'm becoming decent at. I'm not quite. My boss is not any better than I am, but her boss is like a freaking savant. That man should be selling cars. I'm sure he's making. I'm sure we're paying him like $200,000-300,000 a year. He'd make $700,000 a year selling cars. Like that dude would be like buying freaking mansions, like just for entertainment. I mean, he would be killing it.
Yeah.
Mm. So we didn't finish the pay gap difference.
Oh, I thought we kind of
We covered the big ones. Yeah, because we didn't get to like the ones that are just like seem so obvious, but manual labor.
Oh yeah. There's.
Sorry, pays more. It's harder, and quite frankly, less people want to do it. That's why it pays more.
Yeah.
Jobs that people die on.
Oh yeah.
Police, firefighters, oil rigs, dudes. I don't think anybody is sitting here going, yeah, that should pay less. Like most people are like, yeah, pay high. So it just, yeah. Thanks, Blake. I'm actually shocked. Like it was down to 3, and we're now up to 5. So we've actually gained viewers in our gibberish conversation.
I think it's the opposite of gibberish. I mean, it has nothing at all to do with bourbon for the last or whiskey.
I've actually been enjoying the
show, but it's been a hell of a conversation. My opinion.
Yeah, no, I'm actually really enjoying it. Yes, and we've been drinking. And one fun part about this conversation is I think we all have this natural inclination to want to listen to enough of someone's statement to then offer our opinion, and then we stop listening. I've really been enjoying listening to your what you had to say. So I've got it in my head like 2 bullet points, but I'm like, let's see what else. Let's see where we go. This is fun. Let's keep drinking.
Yeah. I try to stay concise. I've found
my point is a lot of people like to hear themselves speak, so it's nice when you're having a conversation where you're actually enjoying what the other person has to say, and you're not ready to you don't want to talk for the sake of talking.
Right. That's was the right ebb and flow, right mix between. And I think just as I hit that point, it's like, and now I've run out of things to say.
Well,
it's like I
feel like
appreciate
we've
the last hour of brilliance because it's gone now. I'd when I was working on my master's, master's in math, there's a lot of proofwriting in that. It's where you have to like delve into serious thought, and I was doing my master's at the time where my kids were like, 0 and 2. So I'd usually wait till the entire, the household goes to bed. I'd need about an hour to kind of decompress, and then I'd start working on it probably about midnight. And I'd get there'd be 20 to 25 minutes where I would have, I don't want to say absolute clarity, but I had tremendous clarity. I was just, just so productive in that 20 to 30 minute period. And as soon as it ended, I just needed to realize, shut the book, go to bed, because I could work for another 2 hours and wouldn't accomplish a damn thing. But I, it's, I, have those where all of a sudden I just really able to focus in, really just kind of everything seems to be clear of seeing connections. And then when it goes, it is just gone.
You think you've kind of offered the counter argument to the 8-hour workday, right? Like, if you're in a thinking field, like work when you're functional.
This is why teaching is a great job for me. I mean, I'm sure I could make a hell of a lot more money if I went into industry or something like that, but then that would require me to be in a very structured 9 to 5 Monday through Friday environment.
I think with work from home, that's kind of gone away a bit.
Oh, I mean, if it is something like that, then I could probably do it. But I need to be able to work at odd times. I can't, if somebody's going to say that you've got to be sitting at your desk from this time to this time, and that is an environment that will just, becomes extremely counterproductive.
So with working from home, I've learned. I joke that I only work about 2 hours a day, and the reality is, in my head, I only work about an hour, 2 hours a day. But I'm there for the meeting that I'm somewhat involved in. Yeah, I've got my one-on-ones with my team where we talk. Yeah, I respond to emails. Reality is I'm probably there for 10 hours a day at home doing other things and then just coming back to work. It works beautifully. And sometimes at 2 a.m. I'm knocking out some work stuff because I've got an idea and I've got energy and I'm like, let's do this.
So
it works beautiful.
The best analogy or the clearest analogy I see for something like that is, you have trouble with your car, you have trouble with an appliance, something that you have to bring in, if you have to bring in a plumber, you could probably do everything that they're going to do, but it's going to take you so much more time, effort, and a heartache. They come in with the knowledge and experience where they don't need all that time to do the job because they know what needs to be done. They can do that, and they're out the door probably by the time you're even getting, really getting started on things. You don't even know what you don't know. So, and that's when I'm working on some things with my, and one of the advantages that I have is I spent time in administration, and I know how to think like an administrator. That's something a lot of my fellow faculty don't get. If you're trying to bring a proposal where you need people to buy in, you need to be able to look, you need to be able to see that from everybody else's perspective, and kind of have answers to questions before they get asked. And that's something I'm able to do. And then when you've gone through certain things, you know how to avoid the landmines and the other things. And again, it's just that, there's I shouldn't be punished for my efficiency. The fact that what used to take me 8 hours now takes me 4. What used to take me 4 now takes me 2. I shouldn't. It's like, oh well, your 8 hours only takes you 4 hours. Let's give you 4 hours of work. Oh no.
My thing is, if you're doing it at home, all you're simply saying is, look, I'll be available for those 8 hours if you need me. That doesn't mean I'm working.
And our deadlines being met, are the required tasks being
I got this. I got this here.
Yeah.
If you need me, I'm here. And during work hours, I'm available. I am prioritizing the work gets priority if I get this, but if I knock it out in 2 hours, cool.
Yeah.
And I mean, you know the Dunning-Kruger effect, I'm sure.
Oh yeah.
Well, I think with that, I think there's sort of a workload for a job curve that should kind of go with it. When you're early on and you think you're this genius, you probably should be working a shit ton because the reality is I'm a genius. I'm going to spend all this time and I'm going to solve the world's problems. And while you're doing that, you're realizing, oh shit, I'm an idiot. And then you're falling down that pit of despair. But and so while you're doing that, like you're maintaining this level of work where you're like, okay, I realize I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. I'm just going to keep plugging along. And then once you actually reach the expert level, you're dip even more. You're like, oh, now again, it's the inverse at the end. Whereas early on, I think your like level of work should be going with the Dunning-Kruger stupidity. Like, I'm so smart, I'm going to work more, and I'll solve all of our problems. And then you realize, oh no, that's not how it works.
Not only do I not have the solution to the problems, I'm pretty sure I'm one of them. Yeah. Yeah.
I've probably been creative. I have created more problems than I realized. Yes.
So you look at Dunning-Kruger as a progression, and that's a very optimistic. Well, what you described is.
I feel like it's not a progression. It's more. Well, I mean, it is what it is. It's as experience increases, the time you're there, you go through this process.
Right.
It's time. It's.
But I mean, the confidence level. You enter with all the confidence in the world, and as you actually start to learn more, you become less confident in it because you start to learn all the things that you didn't know about it, and that's to Burton.
It's kind of like talking to the really smart high school or college guy about politics. Like the kid will blow you away. He knows more about who's elected, who's in office, and you're like, awesome, man, cool. And then you're like, so these people are still going to be the ones running. What are you going to do about it? And you get that look like you said a lot of cool stuff. You know a shit ton. What's the solution? Because I was that way 20 years ago. Now I'm a little more apathetic, admittedly, but I realize I'm only looking for like a few little things. Like, I want somebody who, can finish a sentence. Apparently I don't get to vote for president anymore, but hey. Apparently we're not going back to that. Sentence completion, not a thing presidents have to do.
Unless it's a prison sentence, but no, sorry.
So far they've seemed to avoid that one too. I keep waiting for it. Oh my god!
Which sentence is the more likely one to be completed? Speaking or criminal, but
I feel like Biden's more likely to complete a sentence in terms of speaking, because I don't think Trump has the ability to complete a sentence. Because meanwhile, I just don't see either person, despite Trump being more likely to, spend time in jail. I don't see it happening. It just doesn't seem possible. And I can't see that Biden's done really anything that's going to get him put in jail at this point. If Trump hasn't, Biden's nowhere close.
a lot of it goes also with Are you presuming uniformly applied law enforcement? But that's
I'm not. I'm assuming that both come from wealth and from a position of power where it's just law enforcement's never going to be able to be.
They both have enough flesh-eating lawyers to probably keep them away from.
I mean, to your point, Biden doesn't have an army of lawyers because he hasn't ever needed them. But his friends are all lawyers because he's been in politics for 300 years. So it's not like he lacks access.
Just because you're not paying for them doesn't mean you don't have them.
Well, I mean, Donald Trump has guys on retainer year round. I mean,
oh yeah,
no one who's been in politics in American history has had his legal history. I mean, regardless of where you think about the guy, I mean, the guy has been in litigious battles since the 80s at levels that just are staggering. I mean,
yeah.
Forget all the current recent stuff. I mean, this is not a new thing for him. It's the level of public discourse is a little bit higher, but even then, he's been part of nationally discussed legal issues for, again, 80s, 90s. I mean,
yeah.
My entire lifetime, I don't know about yours, but my entire lifetime, he's been literally in the news for his stupidity, and his parties. When I was a kid, it was him partying on Regis and Kathy Lee. As I got older, the reality TV show, and then again, dude, just constantly doing stupid shit.
Well, I usually avoid political conversations because I'm sure to upset people for wherever they land on the political spectrum. I have very little faith across.
You'd have a hard time upsetting me. You have a hard time upsetting me, I mean, unless you're like, hey, look, man, I think Hitler had it right with death camps, and in which case, okay, we're gonna have to strongly disagree there.
Yeah.
And I mean, admittedly, I do tend to find that anybody who is so passionate about a singular person that they sort of deify them, that tends to be like, bruh, come on.
Yeah. But
other than that, man, I don't really care. I mean, people can go and say or do whatever they want. I don't care about that. For me, I just, I want to buy whiskey for good prices. I want the economy to stay strong. I want people to have liberty. And, there's lots of hot topics that come up that I have opinions on. A lot of them don't matter that much.
Oh, I would just, again, it's, what, kind of like what we were brought up earlier in terms of, how much do you want to argue with the wife? It's like, if there's nothing good that's going to come out of it, then why bother? And most of the time when political discussions tend to pop up, I just kind of read the room, and it's like, okay, there's nobody really wants to learn or be convinced of anything here. Everyone already knows everything, and they're not going to deviate. So the conversation's moot. If the conversation's moot, I have no need to be a part of it.
Yeah, well, again, we started this conversation where I brought the tattoo thing, right?
Yeah.
So I made an off the cusp comment on a video I saw where an officer had these ridiculous, to me, sleeve, and I was just like, that is so unprofessional and puts him at such a disadvantage in that profession, in my opinion.
Yeah.
And instead of, I had a couple people just like, what are you, 60 years old, blah blah blah, and I'm like, dude, a lot of people have tattoos that they just don't put them on their forearms. that is a line that gets crossed. And I was like, do you know what? And I was like, hey, look, here's 3 studies on implicit bias. And one person was like, yeah, I saw that. It's implicit bias. In other words, like profiling. And I'm like, no, implicit bias is like that lizard brain. Like, this isn't some kind of like thing that people are consciously doing. It's the unconscious. That's why I brought it up.
Yeah.
Why would a rational person care if somebody wants to put art on their arm? I don't care. But I'm well aware that people are going to have a negative connotation with that because our lizard brain is literally programmed to see different and not like it. And I'm just like, it's like, and so once, I pointed that out, I've expressed it, and it's like, I put 3 scientific studies. I literally put in like here's the exact thing. You just Google this number pattern. It'll show it to you. And look, these aren't the best. This was me spending 30 minutes to go and put something together because I knew that implicit bias with tattoos was a thing because I'd seen a study. Turns out I found 3 in like 20 minutes of looking. So here's 3.
Yeah.
No, I didn't read all 3 of them in depth. I read the abstract. I looked briefly through to make sure that, they had a decent sample size or whatever. And I was like, the math looks fine here. Again, I'm not a math major, so it was much more scanning than maybe you would have done. But it was enough for me to go, this doesn't sound like bullshit. And it's published in a journal. It got peer reviewed by somebody.
Yeah, you hope that it went through it jumped the legitimate hoops it needed to get to be published. Yeah.
Yeah, it may not be the best thing ever, but whatever.
Yeah.
I have a reasonable basis. I've given this information. Admittedly, I was probably a little flamboyant in my initial statement. Apologies. Here's the data. And I'm just getting, I'm like, let me guess, you have tattoos and this upsets you. Well, yes, I have tattoos, like most people do now.
Is it most people?
Hey, sure, Kitty. Well, Gen Z is like 70%, yeah.
Oh,
I think even millennials are like 50, 60%. Yeah, so it is actually a slight majority have tattoos. But again, I'm specifically talking about visible tattoos.
Right.
In your professional attire, which is a different topic.
Right.
Yeah, sure, Kitty. Chris went 99. We've tried texting him, nothing. And Gary and I were probably should have gone to bed about 20 minutes ago, to be honest. But we were still hanging out, having some drinks. We weren't ready for bed. So we've just been kind of talking. I don't want to say we're talking about getting too political, but we've definitely been talking about slightly controversial topics in a very mature, casual way.
Approached with an open mind.
I don't think anybody here has been upset. I mean, I think I've presented, things I've heard that I believe to be facts, and Gary's provided the same thing. We're not fighting, so it's been a very casual, chill conversation. We'll eventually find something we disagree with. It'll probably end up being like, about a movie or something that's totally subjective.
So that's
good to see you on, Kitty, because is Ken going live here in like 4 hours? I don't plan on being awake for that, but
yeah.
I should have brought some other whiskeys out here because I'm doing some damage to this guy right here, which I tell you what, when I first cracked this one, it was a little disappointing because it doesn't have the classic 10-year MGP notes that I really like, but it's got a little something different that I really like it.
So you started with an implicit bias against what MGP should be, and now that you've gotten past that, always important to circle it back.
Well, and you're right. They're 100%. This is not as good as the MGP that was 10 years old that got released 2-3 years ago, but it has a unique, different flavor that I really like. It's a sweetness that even lingers to the finish. What is that? Like, how do I don't know about you, but MGP for me is always one of the harder profiles to put words in, contextual flavor profiles to, especially when it gets into like the stuff I really like. The ones I don't like, yeah, they taste like corn and like earth and like just barnyard things. It just shouldn't be.
Or that you're licking the inside of the barrel or chewing on it.
I don't even know if I've gotten that too much.
Well, I mean, I'm
sure that's.
I mean, I'm not necessarily talking about an MGP there. Sorry, I'm just in terms of when I hit that. Those are some of the notes of like that are common to whiskeys that I'm.
But I feel like over oaked, too much bitterness. That I can articulate. What makes this 10-year MGP good? That's a tougher one, man. Like it's because I mean I get. So I even said it to Sherry. I've always been critical of like that umami tomato note on Old Carter MGP products. It's just not a profile I like. There's a hint of that in here, but it doesn't have it's not a problem because of the sweet and the. I'm legit when I drink something like this. I actually sort of see like a 3-dimensional shape pattern in my mind when I think of the flavor. It's a weird thing, and it's like one of those like my brain just doesn't have a comp, and so it just starts creating like the feel on my tongue is like a pattern.
Okay.
And it's so weird because normally I start looking like here's other things I've had with some of these MGPs. I'm literally in my head. It's like geometric patterns are forming, which are not exactly easy to explain to somebody because they don't mean anything.
Right.
But like my brain is like is creating this like the feel of the whiskey as it goes through this process, and it's this very porous honeycomb kind of like pattern that forms, and again, I think it just comes down to like I have nothing to compare this to, so I'm like looking, and my brain just goes, "Well, I'm getting this like pattern-esque like feel," and so here's kind of what I'm giving you. And I'm like, you can't put that to words.
Yeah,
it's useless. No, Blake. I mean, well, yes, and no. Putting my tongue on a 9-volt battery is a different feeling and enjoyment for sure. Because I actually kind of like doing that. But you're right. My brain has no other way of explaining that one either. So yeah, you're right. Like that probably would kind of give me that weird, like I don't know what I'm doing here. I'm gonna visualize some kind of weird pattern. Yeah. Actually, I think he's right. I'd probably do the same thing. And yet, now if I tasted a 9-volt battery, I would then come back to 9-volt battery on here. That's
because you've had the experience before. Yeah.
Exactly. And the thing is, on the nose, MGP, a little more toasty, a little bit almost roasted. Beautiful. I mean, I love the smell of this whiskey, and it's getting better. There's a couple fruit notes there that I probably need to like. If I dug in was sober, I could give you, but just beautiful classic MGP with this slightly roasted, toasted oak note.
So too often when I'm drinking, and again, a lot of our conversation, and gets me thinking about things that I might not have thought about before, but or how to articulate it. But a lot of times when I'm drinking stuff, I'm probably going through it with the mind of a Labrador Retriever. It's like, I'm just happy to be here and I'm enjoying it, not really analyzing it whatsoever. And for quite a while, when I was a lot more into wine, I started to force myself to start thinking through it and really concentrating on it. And I've gotten better at it, but I have to want to do that, and I'm not sure that I really want to think that hard about it. If I just pour a glass and I'm really enjoying it, do I need to be able to do that to enjoy it? And
that's a good one, man.
Because there's times where it's fun, and a lot of times, like if I'm trying stuff with other people, then it's kind of fun to have that conversation. If I'm like if I'm kicking back and like during the conversation, I've got whatever I poured, you got whatever you poured, and not really getting into talking through it, then I'm just hey, I'm really liking this, and not really making all those mental notes or actual written notes of this is what I'm getting on the nose, this is what I'm getting on the palate, here's the mouthfeel. Just all of that is just, like I said, like a big dopey Labrador Retriever, or just
and I think that's the place to be when you're drinking, having a conversation in general. The only reason I brought it up with this one was because it kind of like took me out of my comfort place, because I was just like, my brain and it does this every time with this whiskey to some degree.
Yeah.
Right now, I feel like I'm actually in a good palate place right now, where like it really hit me. I'm just like, there's a moment in this whiskey my brain pattern just hits this weird thing. And I'm like, I've done this before. I will say this to anybody who's getting into any kind of like alcohol thing where they're trying to become connoisseurs. I think writing notes and really spending time with it is so incredibly valuable, and you will thank yourself 5-6 years later for doing it.
Agree completely.
Like so I don't know if you know much about beer or not.
Yes, I was also.
So you know Pliny the Elder.
Yes, I don't think I've ever had it, but I'm well aware of it.
Okay. So I back, way back in the day, I did a trade and I got 3 bottles of Pliny the Elder that were like, literally, this guy happened to be flying into freaking Lexington, Kentucky, and brought me 4-day-old Pliny the Elder. Like, unbelievable. So did a little trade with him. I don't even remember what the trade was, but I got 3 bottles of that. So I sat down, cracked that bottle open, drank it, and I spent, an hour with that, first bottle. And then I spent, the next 2, not as much. And about 7 years later, I cracked open a bottle of Maine IPA, which I knew nothing about. Poured that, started smelling it, nosing it, drinking it. And I'm just sitting there going, Pliny the Elder? And so I go into my Beer Advocate account, and which I barely used at the time, because I wrote about 600-700 reviews in like 5 years, and then I stopped using it except like 3-4 times a year. I'll just put something else out there. So I'm almost at 800 reviews. And I wrote a review on this thing, and I'm like, I'm telling you, this is freaking like Pliny the Elder. And I'm like, this makes no sense. I had that thing like 7 years ago. You can check my profile. Like I can't believe I'm doing it. But it's got this dryness, this. And I'm like, all I can think of is Pliny the Elder. So I wrote the review, hit post. And then I was like, oh, I have a friend of mine from back in the day, Kevin, who like, he's a beer Circeon. He's a bartender / bar manager at this, top 100 beer bar in the U.S. He's got like 5,000 beer reviews. He's a Harvard graduate. He was actually literally an architect with a Harvard degrees who became a bartender / bar manager. Speaking of, your deviation in your career, I pulled up Kevin's review. First fucking sentence, Pliny the Elder. And I was just like, are you kidding me? And I was just like, because I know he's had Pliny the Elder more than once. Like, he's the kind of guy who gets this shit whenever he wants it. Like, he's got people.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, oh my God. But then it just dawns on me, like, writing those notes makes it a thing that like sticks in your head. So then when you go on to something else, like, you can bring it back. Now, will it always be perfect? No, because as we all know, whiskey ebbs and flows more than beer does. Like, well, no, I shouldn't say that. Fresh beer doesn't ebb and flow. If you let your beer age, the thing is, you want your beer fresh, unless it's like a stout or something, or a Belgian where you age it.
Yeah. But
then you're going to talk about how the aging notes have hit. There's a whole process.
Right.
But you have that memory. Whereas whiskey, it changes more.
Well, also when you're drinking a beer, you're drinking a greater quantity, so you're probably having a much fuller experience with it. I mean, if you were to go through like 4 or 6 ounces of whiskey at a time, you'd have a pretty in-depth experience. But I don't know what you'd be able to take out of it by the time.
The problem with doing 4 to 6 ounces of whiskey is it's going to destroy your tongue.
Yeah.
Like, whiskey is really hard because like it destroys your palate like very quickly, even if it's lower proof. Like whiskey is really difficult, and it's one of the reasons why, like, choosing words here. So like Mash and Drum will do like his versus things, and he'll have like 9 whiskeys. I'm sorry, but no one's tongue can do 9 whiskeys. You can nose 9 whiskeys. At the same time, I've done like a 16 bourbon flight, and I did the final results, and I actually thought I'd nailed it, with the exception of I had like 2 bottles, and I'm just like, I put that there. Now, that said, I actually trusted my nose for 90% of my scoring and used my palate for very little of it. And the reality was that worked. I think that was what drove my success of it meeting my expectations, because once I started doing like because I basically brought that like those 2 bottles. I'm like, they got fucked. Let's retest this, not blind. And I'm like, nah, this is way better. And I moved it up. But after like a few times, I'm like, I can't taste shit now, man. I'm just palate destroyed. I'm drunk.
Right.
Like beer, you can take 3 ounces of beer and review a beer, and you can do that for like 7 beers, and you've had 21 ounces of beer. You're okay. You have 21 ounces of whiskey, you're going to the hospital. Like,
you should seek some kind of help if you've had that much, Yeah.
If you're doing that often, you're in real trouble. If you're doing 20 ounces of beer regularly, you're probably drinking more than you should by a doctor's definition, but you're probably fine.
Yeah.
Not a big deal. Like 21 ounces of beer, that's what, 2 beers? Yeah, you're fine.
Yeah. Not even.
3 beers, but it's really good. Like, you could do that every single day of the year. You're going to gain some weight. It's not healthy,
Yeah.
You'll live to be 90. That's not killing you. Do that with whiskey, bro, you're going to lose your job. You're going to have some issues. Your liver is going to need to be transplanted. Dude, you're seriously in trouble.
You're going to be getting those 20 ounces out of little plastic pints.
They're going to be required in the jail because they want to make sure you don't die of withdrawal.
Yeah. Well, I mean, after like you lose the job, you got to get what you can afford, and
yeah. Anyway, this is just a really, really nice, kind of smoky smelling MGP, but it's got a different profile than like the ones I really fell in love with.
yeah.
But it also has similar elements. All in all, man, again, this one's getting better, and it's actually reminding me more of the old school MGP as it goes down. It's great whiskey. Cheers to the person who helped me source this one, as always.
Same.
Oh man, yeah, I'm so good. I miss the good old days where like I would go into like party stores and be like, "Hey man, what do you got anything interesting?" He goes, 10-year MGP, 11-year MGP, and I'd be like,
Yeah.
"Am I being greedy?" And he's like, he goes, "No, take 2." He goes, I was like, "Should I get another one?" He goes, "I mean, at that point, you are being greedy. I will stop you." And I'm like, I'm gonna call a friend though. So if he wants them, I'll sell them too. Hey man, I got MGP. You want 3? I only got 4, and I'm keeping 2. Are there more? I'll check back tomorrow. I'm already home. Hey, I got more. I tell you what, man. One of the biggest, like, most impressive surprise. I know, but well, the thing is, like, if I'm at like a place where like they only have like 6 bottles, man, I really feel bad. Dude, they never have 3 cases. Like they usually have. I'll tell you what, the one I got lucky with was the what's the New York brewery or distillery?
Little Jane? Or brewery?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, no, Little Jane. Yeah, you're right.
No. Well, if it's brewery, was it Red Hook, and then
I misspoke on brewery.
Okay, distillery. Okay.
So I got these 11 years. It was a single cast the party source had a few cases of. I picked up like 4. Called Mike and I. We got a buddy Adam. Mike works with him, and I was like, "Hey Adam, I got 2 of these for you. Trust me." I showed him that was 11-year MGP, and it was like 49.5. He's like, "How much?" And I'm like, 90. He's like, "Bruh, yeah." He's like, and so I forget it. So I came home, cracked it open, tried it, and I was just like, holy hell. So I went back. So I went online. Didn't have it online. I'm like, fuck. They were probably sold out. So I went back the next morning. I bought like 3 more. I was like, yay. that was clearing the shelf. And I'm just like, hell yeah. Like, and I felt bad, but at the same time, I'm like, dude, like that was just such a magical bottle. And I shared fairly well. And the funny thing was, I think Adam got 3, and he only heard I bought 4. He's like, I think that's only got 1 bottle, and I was like, nah, I got more. Because when we finally did the trade, it was like, yeah, you get 3. It was like, nah, I got more. Because the funny thing was, like, Mike was like, dude, Adam has raved about that freaking bottle for the last week. Like, what the hell? And I was like, dude, it was great. And he's like, you didn't think to talk to me? And I'm like, dude, you don't buy bourbon. Especially not cask. If it's not cask strength, you don't buy it, especially. He's like, true. I was like, I'm not trying to argue with you about buying bourbon. Like, I'm just going to buy it for me. Like, oh, I know the only thing he buys is the Irish Great Barrel Proofs and Lucky Sevens now. If he sees Lucky Seven, he'll buy those.
Nothing wrong with either of those.
No. It's funny. He is the most picky buyer, but then he will drop $1,000 on something that he's been told it's worth it.
Yeah, that's be interesting. Yeah, I always think back through things. It's like I kind of dove into whiskey, probably now, about 4 years ago, 3.5, 4 years ago. And I just kind of think, okay, if I would have been into it beforehand, how would it have played out differently? How would I be thinking about things differently? And just, it's like, year up here, it's like, for quite a while there was, Pingree blue and black labels sitting on shelves gathering dust. These bottles sitting on shelves gathering dust, and what would have been to get into it back at that point. But
well, and I kind of go through this thought process because I'm 38. First bourbon I ever actually drank was Pappy 20. I was in 8th grade. It was not given to me. It was snuck out of my dad's liquor cabinet because it was a hyped up, like crazy happy whiskey he got, and he kind of, he talked about it.
Right.
So, I had to try that $70 bourbon. And yes, that's what it was, $70 bourbon.
Yeah.
And so, when I got into college, it was ancient age 10-year, not 10-star, 10-year.
Right.
Was my go-to. And I mean, I had some of that not too long ago with Jeffrey Wack. It holds up, man. It's really good bourbon. And that was, $7 to $13 from when I started buying it to the end when they discontinued it. First time I bought a bourbon where I just started working professionally, and I was working like 4.5 hours of overtime. That was $100 extra on my paycheck. So I bought a Kentucky Rare 23-year rye. Kentucky Vintage Rare. $90. 50-something proof. 23-year-old rye. I liked. I was buying, 3-4 years in a row. I bought a Pappy 20 back when it was still Stitzel, $120. I couldn't do it all the time, but I got one every year, and I bought the Lot B every year back when, again, it was maybe when I first switched over from Stitzel or not, I don't know, but the first couple I think were still Stitzel. I didn't get a Pappy 15 until actually in 2009. I went to Chicago because I'd never seen one in Kentucky. The employees bought them all. By the way, that I bought like one of like 3 15s they had left. They had about 30 20s on the shelf. 2009.
15 was probably cheaper. That's why it sold more.
Well, they made less too. It was a much smaller production because of that was, again, the era where they were switching from Stitzel over. So it was sort of I think the 15s were still they were, but my understanding was they'd still vatted, and the 15s were being very slowly released from steel vats of Stitzel. So at that time, if they'd been truly 15-year-old year ago bottles, they wouldn't have been part of the Pappy line, and they didn't want the 15 to drop off from the profile of the 20, which is the flagship. And I never had a 23 at that point. I didn't have a 23 until I moved to Ohio. And I got a bar pour for $9. Good times.
Yeah.
Also got a Jefferson's 21-year-old that day for $4.50. Thank you, Party Source. But the point is, if you have that kind of, hey, Joe's in here too, Northwest Bourbon. Cheers, guys.
Cheers.
We're hanging out. We're hoping Chris will come back on so he can end the stream. But we're kind of in a back end stream.
Holding down the fort.
I feel bad just leaving you with dead air. Eventually, we'll have to do it here because I don't think I want to be here for another 40 minutes. So I think I got about 15, 20 minutes, and I'm thinking I'm out.
Yeah, but I think
I'm mostly I'm going to drink this.
But I think what
Go ahead.
What's different is when you get into it, probably really influences your tolerance for spending, because I like in Facebook groups, blah blah blah. I remember when we got this for this much. It's like, yeah, it's 2023. That time has passed, and if being more recent into it, I don't have the memories of picking up those types of bottles at those types of prices, or getting the 10-year basically bottom shelf or near bottom shelf type of stuff for just dirt cheap.
Well, but it's not that, it's not just, I mean, it's that, but it's also, I mean, I struggled with this for a while, was that the quality dropped so much that the $100 bottles weren't as good as the yesteryear's entry level. So it's not about prices.
But
price is a big deal. I get it. The bigger thing is it's lowering your standards, which is what we had to do. Now, admittedly, it's cast strength. It's finished. It's different. But the reality is that we had to lower our standards and our expectations for what an everyday sipper was. And we had to lower it a lot.
And if you've gotten into bourbon in the last 5
years, it's actually getting better.
Then, sometimes ignorance is bliss. If you have no memory of being able to get this level of quality for this price, you're not really ever going to miss it. And it's just, it's like, okay, stories, whatever. Yeah, I'm sure it was that much better. And you're just, and it's like kids that grow up with technology versus, my kids always lived in a world that there was always the internet.
Well, and sure, Goody, of course, joking about, the 2000s. But, if you're talking about bourbon, 2000s was actually kind of there was a little bit of a golden era where we started, because remember, there wasn't really a premium bourbon market in the 80s. There really wasn't. Like, there weren't 20-year bourbons back then, really. I've actually, honestly, I've never seen a dusty 20-year. Like pre-90s, I can't think of a 20-year bourbon that existed. Correct me if I'm wrong. Even the 15-year would be like an extreme outlier. So, like, and I remember, like, the articles back in the day, like in the 2000s, they started talking about premium bourbons becoming more popular and more in demand. Actually, during the recession, believe it or not, the recession, oddly enough, led to this spike in premium bourbon, which was weird, but that was what we were seeing. And I mean, I remember watching it every day at the stores. Like, it was crazy to see. And so, like, you know, brands like Heaven Hill were shifting their Elijah Craig 12-year to premium products because, again, Elijah Craig 12-year, again, was not 12-year-old bourbon. It was 12, 13, 14, 15, 18-year-old bourbon being blended for $20. Like, less than. And that was, again, the Sugarcane point, it's 2000s. And they were doing the same thing with Old Crow, 1960s 10-year-old. That wasn't a 10-year-old bourbon. I've had Old Crow. That shit's got 25-year-old bourbon in it. That shit's stupid. Now it's kind of thin because it's low proof, but it's old.
Yeah. But also, and again, I'm speculating because not firsthand knowledge on this, but just kind of look, you know, there didn't seem, you know, there might have been a lot of different labels, but there didn't seem to be, like there is today, a push for a lot of differentiation. It's like they had their 80 proofer, they maybe had their 100, 101 proofer, but I mean, you know, now, you know, we got Makers 46, we got Makers cast strength, we got Makers 46 cast strength, we've got private, you know, just and again, you know,
yeah, I mean, so, I don't have the concept, but if you talk to a distillery, they're going to tell you about this sold to this 6 brands. I mean, it all happened in like a 15-year period. Like, so there's always been like a flux of like brands. And then, I mean, if you go look, I mean, all the different decanters, everybody says this decanter is different from that decanter. So they were, I mean, like the whole choo-choo train decanters. I mean, like they were doing a lot of crazy shit.
But, you know, but I get the impression that they were like, you know, did they have a more narrow view of what bourbon is? It's like, okay, we're going for this profile. Our line of a label, the differentiator might be proof. They might do a little bit with year, but it just seems, you know. It seems.
Well, I mean, are you talking Kentucky bourbon? Or are we talking broader spectrum here?
I'll stick with Kentucky bourbon in that. I mean, a lot.
I mean, I think you're right.
I mean, if you look,
historically speaking, if I remember the graphs right. The most bourbon before like the last 3, 4, 5 years was in the 70s in terms of like bourbon aging in Kentucky. And I think we've caught up. I have not actually seen the fact we've caught up, but I know we've continued the growth. So I assume we've caught up or passed.
Yeah.
And yeah, that massive glut of bourbon they had in the 70s, which took a lot of companies out of business in the 80s when nobody bought it. Yeah, it was classic Kentucky bourbon, high corn, low rye, mash bills.
And we kind of talked about this earlier with Wild Turkey, the introduction of the Russells and that, because okay, they've got this stuff that's a different profile. And
no, it was older. It was literally an age issue.
Okay. Oh, sorry, the age.
So the guy who runs Chicken Cock, he's the guy who came up with Russell's. And it really came down to the accounting department at Wild Turkey was dictating what barrels could be used for their batches, which, as somebody in accounting, finance, is asinine. I should not have any say in that shit. And that's where the Russell's brand came from. It wasn't profile. It was age.
Yeah.
It was basically they had barrels that were too old to be released as part of that series because it wasn't expensive enough.
Yeah. But that probably wouldn't have happened if they probably weren't getting into a sales slump, that they probably ended up with that much stock. Because, I mean, if you get, if you end up with a surplus, I mean, what I've read back on longer, like one of the reasons Heaven Hill has so many whiskey, bourbon, rye brands is acquisitions over time, versus let's put out a new label of this, a new label of that constantly. Whereas now it seems like that seems to be a driving factor in, like Makers. I mean, well, Makers was kind of old school in the fact of like, look, we're going to do one product. We believe we do it really well. We're going to stand on that. And then, then eventually you get to the point of you grow or you die,
Yeah. I mean, I'm with you, but I think there's like just a element of, maybe this might be cynical, but to me, it's like, hey, look, our bourbon's kind of shit now. Let's try making it fancy so people keep drinking it. Because to me, the quality has just been going, especially from the big guys, it's been going down, down, down. So they're now doing experimental stuff to try to get people excited to buy it. And the thing is, we've lowered our standards so much, and it's just it's going to keep happening because, for starters, bourbon's delicious. So even lowering our standards, it's still delicious. But they're trying to come up with ways to make stuff taste good to us that's younger because they cannot meet demand, and they're running into the problem, right? Raise prices, which hurts consumers, lower quality, or do the Buffalo Trace scarcity thing. Like, demand is just that high. And so they're like, well, we're going to lower quality on our core products. And then we're going to put out these experimental crazy shits because.
Okay. So let's.
And we're going to
try. So following your explanation, tomorrow, everybody stops buying. Yep. And so these, I don't know, every time I look, there's another 1 million or 2 barrels aging in Kentucky. But all of a sudden, all this stuff that they were constantly running through, not enough of, it gets to sit there for another 5, 10 years longer. So they're not constantly pulling 4 to 7 year, now they've got, now they've got all this double digit age stuff again. And they start mixing it like they did, putting it out like they were doing in the 80s and 90s. Is it the 80s and 90s again? Do you think the level, the quality of the whiskey, if it's aged like it used to be, does it get back to what it used to be? Or other factors that are?
So, yes and no. I think we're going to get better whiskey. but we're not going to get the level of nuance that sort of came from older oak, said older trees.
Mm-hmm.
The cleaning factor stuff he will talk about is probably a thing.
Yep.
But it's going to be way better because we're going to have all these new yeast varieties, these new different mash bills, and they're going to be blending those together, and we're going to create some incredible and better whiskey. So while I think, so many people are like, well, that 6-year-old tasted so good because they used old barrels. Yes, but some of it was also that they had 12 and 15-year-old whiskey in there.
That it wasn't 100% 6-year-old whiskey. Yeah.
Well, so one of the things, we're talking bourbon here. So one of the most sought after scotches is a Springbank 12-year-old from a certain era where it was cask strength at 100 proof. You know how they got it cask strength at 100 proof?
No idea.
Well, they had to proof it down because obviously 12-year-old whiskey is not 100 proof. So how do you proof down 12-year-old whiskey? Now, in today's world, we use water. What did Springbank do? They use 25 and 30-year-old whiskey to proof it down. Shockingly, it's considered one of the greatest whiskeys of all time. They go for like $7,000 on secondary because they proofed their whiskey down using 30-plus-year-old whiskey because they had gluts of it.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, that'll make a better whiskey than proofing it down with water. Like, no shit.
And the other, when I've, haven't had a ton of different Dusties in that, some of the stuff seems to be amazing, like the Wild Turkey that I've had that are older, the Schnitzel Wellers that I've had have been really good. Anytime I've had older Beam, it's just Beam. I've had like 80s Beam, 70s Beam, and it's you're like, yeah, that's Jim Beam. Now, it's a general profile that, I'm not saying it's identical to what you pour out of a bottle you get off the shelf today, but I'm not a huge fan of standard Jim Beam. I'm not a huge fan of
Jim Beam never went to the business. I mean, you're talking about Stitzel and stuff like that. Well, that distillery's gone. It's never coming back.
Right, but okay. So here's where I'm going with it. Some of the reasons that the Dusty whiskey is legendary is because the ones that are really good are really the only ones that we're talking about. If you look back at, if you go back into 60s television, there's, it's like, oh man, they had these great shows back then. It's like, yeah, but there's probably, 120 shows from the 3 networks that you've never heard of because they weren't that good. They either weren't that good to begin with, or they don't really hold up to viewing them. So
I think you're right.
So are we over romanticizing that? Oh, anything from the 70s, 80s, 60s, whenever is amazing. It's like, no, it's not. Some of it is decidedly average.
Well, but I think what we generally hear is that anything from this distillery was really good.
Right.
And I mean, the thing is, the most highly sought after whiskeys are from, and I'm talking whiskey in general, are from about 20 distilleries from that era. And it's all 50s, 60s, 70s distillate that people are today seeking out. And I mean, as a Scotch guy, we're a little more connected to that era because again, Scotch ages longer.
Yeah.
Like, dude, I mean, like, so I've got a Talisker 25 calf strength that's 2005. So it's 1980 distillate. So it by 1 year missed the magical 70s. It's fucking epic. It's fucking epic. And again, I mean, I literally have the bottle back there. I've had side by side modern Talisker 25. I mean, it is to say and there's nothing distinctly different about the way they're distilling. Really, truth be told, it's just it's not comparable to what's in the bottle. Like it's not even remotely comparable. And part of it, I think, could be where they're aging the whiskey, blah blah blah. But like that era, it was better stuff. What is Blake
Can we just get group texted?
Yeah, Blake just sent some crazy shit here. Black Gold, 16-year-old. Oh man.
1917, 1933. Yeah. Could be a birth year bottle from a kid.
Oh, nice. Now, and you know, there's also been this like a lot of talk about like does whiskey continue to age in the bottle, and it has to. Like it has to. Yeah, Blake, that looks freaking delicious.
Yes,
I'm sure that's crazy. And that's the reality. Is like this stuff does keep changing in the bottle too a little bit. Not as much, of course, as the barrel. Not as much as once you open the cork, but it's still it's changing. Anybody that says that there's no way, again, nothing sits in a static state for 20, 30, 50 years. Doesn't happen.
and that was another thing that came up. You know, does something in a sealed bottle that's sat around for a decade or two or three? Is if you were to go back, if you could jump in the time machine, have a pour of something, and then have a pour of it after it sat in the bottle sealed for 30 years, it's at an instant apart. I wonder if, would it be different? Yeah. And if so, how different? Because if you're to go back and have, cheesy gold foil when it released, was it magic back then? I'm sure it was damn good back then. But when I had a pour of it,
I highly doubt the level of change is as much as maybe we'd want to hope it is. Because we just buy a shit ton of modern whiskey and be like, I'll wait 30 years.
See, there's two things at play. There's the 30 years, and then we're comparing it to everything that's getting released today, which you've already stated is not as good. So there's several.
Yeah, there is a drop in quality today.
Yeah. So that's why I don't think that's hypothetical. I don't
think that's hypothetical. That's a pretty well. We know what we're getting today is younger.
Oh no.
We are getting higher.
No, I'm talking time machine was my hypothetical.
Yeah.
Like,
my point is Elijah Craig barrel proof. If I can get a time machine and bring me some more, early pirate bottles.
Oh yeah.
Trust me, that was not a thing. If you can bring me again Stitzel or Pappy's, yes, they're better than today's. That is not a thing we need to debate.
Yeah.
But you're right. Like, is a wild turkey that's listed at 6 years old better? I don't know. That said, I think you mentioned, Beam. This was a bottle I had at a tasting. And flavor-wise, I do think it was better. This turkey decanter. Yeah. Poor thing lost its head.
Well, I mean, what I've heard about the decanter era is because they had so much whiskey that they did the decanters so they could actually move this stuff. So
yeah,
man, I got to try a fresh crack out of one of those, and oh my god, that was amazing.
I don't have a good photo, but this is a gold wax Maker's Mark. Great shit.
Okay.
And I'm not a big Maker's fan, but yeah, even that Maker's was better. Lucky the Irish, Old Fitz. And no, the reality is, I paid $150 for this tasting that I went to that had all these crazy things, and they had they gave us lunch. I got a nice little barbecue thing with it. Yeah, it was really good whiskey, but it was all light, low proof. It was all kind of thin. Is it better than the best whiskeys today? No. Our top end bourbons are better, but a lot of that stuff was like entry level bourbons or just slightly above back then. Man, that is not what we're drinking today at $40, $50. This of the low proof stuff. So it is what it is, and
yeah,
enjoy, man. We had great whiskey. We're in a boom of awesome, crazy, cool stuff. But yeah, we're not getting the aged stuff. And unfortunately, I'm somebody who got into whiskey when you could buy aged whiskey for fair prices. Where I don't think wanting a 15-year-old bourbon is a extreme luxury. I think of it as that's like a Friday pour. That's not a daily pour, but it's a Friday pour.
Yeah.
And in today's market, no, that's your birthday pour because that is expensive. And that sucks. It is what it is.
Yeah.
Well, it is almost 5:30.
Yep, I really didn't want to still be up at this time.
Yeah,
I probably would have gone to bed and just lied in bed wide awake, but
at
least it would have been an effort. But no, this is.
Yeah, I would have probably been watching. I'd have been watching stupid YouTube videos while sipping on some whiskey myself. So this has been enjoyable, but I think I am reaching the point where I probably am ready for bed.
Yeah.
I
have some sympathy for the.
By the way, we have the 8 people. We've actually got our most people watching of the night. We're up to 8.
Well, we hope we made it worth your while, our audience here. So.
Yeah, Northwest talking about makers like that. I mean, I'm talking about like gold wax. Like that was like 80s or something. And that was like the newest whiskey in that thing I showed you. Yeah, man. Night, buddy. I wish Chris would just shut the thing off, man. I feel so bad just because leaving this thing with a blank like feed, but Chris left about 2 hours ago, so
if not a little longer than that.
It was about 2 hours and 45 minutes ago, but I was trying to be nice.
I'd taken the comments off, and I'm going back and just. I missed Blake insulting me at some point. Well, just what my job was, and it just. So I'm trying to figure out when exactly Chris left.
Well, I mean,
he was here after 2 because that's when he had Haystack Needle. I'd say about 2:30. Yeah, 2:30, 3 o'clock. But
Chris left 3 hours and roughly 12 minutes ago.
so that would have been about 2:15. Okay, so not long after he got out the haystack needle.
3 hours and 13 minutes ago, actually. But whatever. Yeah, I did, just looking on the YouTube, scrolling back, 3 hours and 13 minutes ago.
Yeah.
I thought it was a little longer than that. Oh well.
Well, time flies when you're having fun. So this was a good conversation. So with that in mind,
Blake points out, working at Victoria's Secret is not an insult.
yeah.
A lot of people would be big fans of that. All right, this is my last little sip. I'm done for the night.
Yep, I've
Blake,
been on this for a while.
I feel bad. I know I've been told Northwest Bourbon's name. I think I've been on his stream, and he's a great guy, ex-military dude. Man, what's his name?
It seems like anytime I see him in chat, it's like I'm going to bed, and about the same time he's hopping in, so I'm drawing a blank on it
Mark.
too.
Thanks, Blake. Yeah, Mark. Yeah, dude, Mark is a great guy. I really enjoy him. Obviously, Sugar Kitty. I assume you're still here. Right, there's 9 people now. It's going up again. Joe, good to see you, buddy.
Blake's probably just opening it on different devices just to mess with us.
That did not shock me. Oh man, but yeah, good to see everybody made it in here. I definitely need to go to bed because I've had too much cast strength whiskey. Because wasn't planning on being on this long, and I brought Elijah Creek Barrel Proof 4K 10 year, and I brought that 56% Wisconsin whiskey. So I have been drinking nothing but cast strength whiskey.
Yes.
So, and I plan on getting up before noon today. So,
yep. Independent Joe. Good seeing you in here.
Yeah, that's morning.
I gotta get rid of the comments, otherwise I'm just too damn white.
Or typical Joe. It's like 2:30 his time, man. Like he's just starting his late night. Same with Northwest Bourbon.
Yes.
Yeah, but I mean, some people are starting to get up, but we just got some late night West Coasters here, man. I appreciate that.
Yeah. But well,
yeah, guys, make sure if there's like any of the 9 people here have not liked, shared, and subscribed, do it for Gary's freaking badass T-shirt, if nothing else.
Yeah. Now I get the computer setup that I'm using here makes it's not really set up for being on lives in terms of lighting, because this is just.
Wait, we got some Australians in here, please? Wait, at Chris Tats.
Oh yeah, well Chris did stop by for a bit.
Oh, did he? I didn't even notice Tats.
He was talking about mining. Oh, with Ludwig, when Ludwig was talking about his buddy that went over there. So that
he was in earlier.
Yeah, that had to be a while ago. So,
yeah. All right, guys.
Okay.
Oh, now we do officially have an Australian. We got Del Vecchio. What's up, Simon? Oh, look at this guy. He's been lurking for the last hour. Simon, man, dude. We need some more streams, buddy.
Yes. But if I don't hit leave studio, I'm going to be here like another half hour, and that's not going to work for anyone.
All right, guys. I'm out.
Well,
Gary, great talking to you, man. We'll have to do this again.
Yeah. So on behalf of Big League Bourbon, we're going to bring you a blank screen momentarily. Hopefully,
and remember, folks, 3 strikes, you're out. at the old ball game.
There's no crying in baseball.
Yeah, I'm gonna probably hang out just in the chat until the stream dies. I'm hoping it does because it's gonna be terrible. You guys should have blank screen for like 8 hours.
Well, the best of luck. I'm out. Good night, all. Thank you for watching.
Cheers.
Cheers.